Chapter 1 Little Sweeper unfries the Sword Sect. Void Mountain. Labor Peak. As a famous large sect in the Southern Territory, the Sword Sect had its back to the Grand Myriad Mountains and faced south towards Grand Sheen Empire, and it occupied Void Mountain that extended continuously for over 500 kilometers. There were 7 main peaks and 36 minor peaks on Void Mountain, and Labor Peak was one of these minor peaks. As its name implied, Labor Peak was where the labor disciples of the sect resided. Even though Labor Peak was where the labor disciples resided, its scale could already compare to a small city in the Grand Sheen Empire that was capable of accommodating a few tens of thousands of people. The first glimmer of dawn had just arrived. As always, Yang Yi awoke at this time, and then he briefly washed his face before leaving his room with the broom behind his door. As he gazed at the glimmer of dawn on the horizon, Yang Yi took a deep breath of the pure and fresh morning air. After a short moment, Yang Yi's seemingly immature little face was covered in a firm expression, and he said in a low voice, "Work hard. Persist. Don't give up." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked quickly towards Cool Breeze Gorge. "Look, isn't that the former Outer Court disciple? So, it's him. Even you know that's in the past. Now, he's only a labor disciple, and he sweeps the floor just like we do. What a waste of such a handsome little fellow. He looks to be only around 16 or 17 years old now. At this age, his future was originally limitless. Unfortunately, he has come here to do odd jobs now. What a pity. I heard that an Outer Court elder recruited him as an Outer Court disciple at South B City, yet who would have known that he would actually be unable to absorb profound energy for an entire year, and in a moment of rage, that Outer Court elder reduced him to a labor disciple. Supposedly, he's the first Outer Court disciple in the history of the Sword Sect that was reduced to a labor disciple, and he even obtained the title of #1 piece of trash in the Sword Sect. The Sword Sect's #1 piece of trash. This reputation of his is truly resounding. Yang Yi's footsteps stopped upon hearing the voice of discussion in the surroundings, and his right hand held tightly onto the broom within it. After a short moment, he took a deep breath and paid no further attention to those people as he walked swiftly towards Cool Breeze Gorge. Cool Breeze Gorge was situated at the back of Labor Peak, and it was surrounded by 3 small hills while a sunken gorge lay at the center. Luxuriant grass that looked like a green carpet grew within the gorge, and countless towering trees covered in leaves blotted out the sky. This was where the labor disciples usually gathered herbs and wood, and it was also the place Yang Yi usually trained. On an enormous rock, Yang Yi tossed the broom casually to the side before sitting cross-legged on the enormous rock, and then he withdrew a letter and a little clay figure from his chest. Head received this letter from his family last night, and because Head been working for almost 16 hours yesterday, he didn't have the time to read it at all. As he gazed at the little clay figure in his hand, Yang Yi's slightly immature face revealed a wisp of a gentle smile. The clay figure was extremely small, and it couldn't be said to be exquisite, yet its features were clear. It was something his younger sister had made according to his appearance. Even though it didn't quite look like him and was rough, it was the most precious treasure to him. After lightly rubbing it for a while, Yang Yi placed the clay figure back beneath the clothes at his chest. He looked at the letter in his hand and lightly blew off the dust on it, and then he carefully withdrew the letter within the envelope before reading it. "Big brother, we've received the gold coins you sent back last month. Since you were taken to be an Outer Court disciple of the Sword Sect, all of our neighbors that used to look down on us have started to frequently pay visits to our house. Little Yao knows that they're only being nice to me and mother because they know that Big Brother is capable. They're a bunch of fellows that only care about status." Yang Yi took a deep breath while the corners of his mouth curled up slightly before it was suffused with a wisp of self-ridicule. Outer Court disciple. After a long time, Yang Yi suppressed the helplessness and unwillingness in his heart, and then his gaze descended onto the letter. Besides that, those people from the Liu clan are really annoying. They actually made a proposal for a marriage to mother, and they want little Yao to be a concubine for that fatty from their clan that weighs 150 kilograms. That fatty can't even walk, and little Yao doesn't even have the appetite to eat upon looking at him, yet they want little Yao to be his concubine. Luckily, mother didn't agree to it. Even if I'm going to marry someone, little Yao wants to marry Big Brother. Oh, How embarrassing. Big brother, you're not allowed to laugh at me, and that includes laughing in your heart. The Liu clan. A wisp of a cold glow flashed in Yang Ye's eyes. The Liu clan had quite a huge amount of power in South Peace City. In the past, the Liu clan's patriarch intended to take his mother as a concubine, yet his mother would rather die than agree. Moreover, the Liu clan didn't dare to cause a life to be lost. After all, the laws in Grand Qin Empire were extremely strict, and even the Liu clan would face trouble if they caused someone to lose their life. However, the Liu clan didn't give up, and it constantly caused trouble for Yang Ye's family in South Peace City. They wanted to force his mother to willingly marry into the Liu clan. However, even though their life was tough, his mother still didn't compromise with the Liu clan. This sort of situation had continued until he was taken as an outer court disciple by an outer court elder of the sword sect. After he became an outer court disciple, the Liu clan was slightly fearful because of this and didn't dare go too far. However, had never expected that the Liu clan had actually set their sights on his younger sister now. Strength. Strength. I must become an outer court disciple. Yang Yi clenched his fists tightly. He knew that if news of him being reduced to a labor disciple reached South Peace City, then the Liu clan would definitely act brazenly, and the situation his mother and younger sister were in would definitely become fairly dangerous. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi put the letter away before he walked off the enormous rock, and he pulled out a tree branch at the bottom of the enormous rock. Beneath the branch was 4 black pieces of iron that seemed like bracelets. Yang Yi wore these dark pieces of iron on his arms and ankles. After he wore the pieces of iron, Yang Yi immediately felt a feeling of heaviness. Fortunately, after experiencing this year of tempering himself, had already become accustomed to the weight of these pieces of iron. After that, he walked over to a large tree. He stomped forcefully with both legs, causing his figure to soar up before his hands grabbed firmly onto a branch, and then he relied on the strength of his arms to pull himself up and down. As he moved up and down, his figure took a strange posture. This sort of posture caused the muscles in his entire body to be exercised at once. This was the body refinement technique that had obtained upon becoming an outer court disciple that day, and it wasn't anything good. Every single outer court disciple had one. The effect of this cultivation technique was the strengthening of the body, and when the tendons and bones within the body were trained to a certain level, a trace of profound energy would be absorbed. With this profound energy, one would be a true profounder. At that time, Head utilized this body refinement technique and cultivated for half a year, yet he wasn't able to form a single trace of profound energy, and it was exactly because of this that he was reduced to a labor disciple that had the lowest status in the sword sect. In the history of the sword sect, an outer court disciple being reduced to a labor disciple was unprecedented. So, Head even obtained an extremely resounding nickname, the #1 piece of trash in history. It wasn't just that, Head even become the negative example the outer court elders of the sword sect used to teach the outer court disciples with. Once any outer court disciple was being lazy or not taking things seriously, the outer court elders would say, "Do you want to be the second Yang Yi?" Under normal circumstances, such a person would leave the sword sect and return to the mortal world. However, Yang Yi didn't. Not only did he not return to the mortal world, but had even willingly become a labor disciple. All of this was because he didn't want to disappoint his mother and younger sister. He was his mother and younger sister's hope. No one dared to bully his mother and younger sister because Head become an outer court disciple of the sword sect, and it was because Head become an outer court disciple that his mother and younger sister were finally able to live a slightly happier life. If he returned, then all of this would be changed. Huff, huff. After a short moment, extremely dense sounds of someone gasping for breath suddenly resounded amidst the silent atmosphere of Cool Breeze Gorge. Sweat dripped into his eyes, and the irritation from this caused Yang Yi to shut his eyes tightly, and he allowed the sweat on his forehead to rain down towards his face. At this moment, Yang Yi felt numbness and exhaustion throughout his body, especially his arms. They even felt like lead and were extremely heavy. A normal person would choose to rest at this moment, yet he didn't. He gritted his teeth and grabbed the branch tightly before rising up and down without end. After a long time, Yang Ye's face had flushed red while sweat rained down from his forehead. The green-colored clothes of a labor disciple he wore were already drenched with sweat, and the feeling of reaching his limit caused him to feel dizzy. In the end, his grip loosened, and his entire body fell heavily to the ground. Huff, huff, as he lay on the ground, Yang Yi gasped for breath. At this moment, he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. A wisp of light arose from the horizon, and the scene in the distance gradually became clearer. A cool breeze blew by, and Yang Yi took a deep breath greedily. Suddenly, Yang Ye's figure sat up abruptly while his eyes opened wide, and his face was covered in disbelief. Head actually sensed profound energy. Yes, Head sensed profound energy. That trace of profound energy flowed intermittently along the meridians in his body and flowed gradually into his dantian. Even though this trace of energy still didn't flow continuously and was weak, Head really sensed it. What's going on? Yang Yi felt that the trace of profound energy had suddenly vanished after it entered his dantian. Yes, it had directly vanished as if it had never existed. Yang Ye's brows knit together tightly as he searched for that trace of profound energy in his body. After a short moment, Yang Ye's eyes opened wide while his face was covered in shock. I actually have two dantians. Yang Yi gulped with an expression of disbelief. Head found that trace of profound energy, or precisely speaking, it wasn't a trace but a strand. There was a tiny vortex in the deepest depths of his dantian, and that tiny vortex was filled with profound energy. Now, Yang Yi understood why he wasn't able to absorb profound energy in the past. It wasn't that he wasn't able to absorb it, but it had been immediately absorbed by the tiny vortex as soon as he absorbed it into his body. On the other hand, the reason he hadn't noticed that tiny vortex was because that tiny vortex was hidden extremely deep within his dantian. If he didn't follow that trace of profound energy from before and searched, he would have probably been forever unable to notice that tiny vortex. The only reason he was able to sense profound energy now was that tiny vortex was full. Yes, that tiny vortex was filled with profound energy, so this trace of profound energy had been pushed into his normal dantian. However, for some unknown reason, that tiny vortex forcefully absorbed that trace of profound energy right after that, and it didn't even leave a trace behind in his normal dantian. According to his knowledge, ordinary people possessed a single dantian, and he didn't know if others had two dantians like him. However, he knew a single thing. He wasn't a piece of trash, and he could cultivate. When he thought up to here, a wisp of a faint smile appeared on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. After a short moment, this arc gradually grew, and then light laughter left his throat. After another short while, this light laughter had finally transformed into utterly roaring and wild laughter. Yang Yi, can become a profounder. Yang Yi, can become a profounder. Ha ha. At this moment, Yang Yi laughed to the point of crying, and he cried like a child. For countless days and nights, even though he hadn't given up, an invisible mountain had always been pressing down on his shoulders. He wasn't afraid of the ridicule of others and being called a piece of trash, nor was he afraid of being looked down upon by others. However, he was afraid that the hopes of his mother and younger sister would be destroyed. He was afraid that his mother and younger sister would be humiliated by their neighbors like they had in the past. He was afraid his mother and younger sister would have to go through days of hunger like they had in the past. He was truly afraid, extremely afraid, yet now, he had the ability to stop all of this from happening. So long as he cultivated the body refinement technique to the highest level and attained the 6th rank of the mortal realm, then he would be able to become an outer court disciple. So long as he became an outer court disciple, he would have cultivation resources, cultivation techniques, and sword skills. At that time, he would have the opportunity to become an inner court disciple. So long as he was able to become an inner court disciple, then even the governor of South Peace City would have to treat him with respect. Warm sunlight passed through the forest and illuminated Yang Ye's face that was still covered in sweat, and it cast a red glow on Yang Ye's face. Why did I never notice in the past that the scenery and the surroundings was so beautiful? Yang Yi smiled and suppressed the excitement in his heart before wiping the sweat on his face, and then he removed the pieces of iron on his body and placed them back at the bottom of the enormous rock. After that, he walked over to pick up the broom before swiftly running towards the entrance of the gorge. He still remembered that his assignment today was to sweep the sword sect's training grounds. Chapter 2 beat him to death. There was a training ground on Labor Peak, and it was extremely large and won over an entire kilometer in every direction. It was completely paved with grayish-white stones, and it was simple yet magnificent. There was an enormous stone sword that stood towering at the center of the grounds. The enormous training ground before him was the place where outer court disciples usually came to train, and it was the place Yang Yi had to clean today. It was naturally impossible for him to clear such a large place by himself, and it was the workload for 4 people in a day. If it was yesterday, then perhaps Yang Yi would grumble about it, because such a large place required at least 4 people working hard for an entire day to clean it completely. In this way, he wouldn't have any time at all to cultivate today. However, his heart was filled with hope now, so everything was agreeable to him. Oh, isn't that our #1 piece of trash in history? Oh, right, it's our great outer court disciple, Yang Yi. Our outer court disciple really woke up early today, huh? Have you already cleaned the training grounds? Haha. Right at this moment, a sound of laughter that carried ridicule sounded out from the side. When he heard this ridiculing voice, Yang Yi turned around to look at the 3 people that stood at the right. These 3 people were his workmates for today. Yang Yi had an emotionless expression as he gazed at their teasing looks, and his emotions couldn't be discerned. He knew the man in the lead. He was called Du Xiu, and he was a labor disciple as well. However, his reputation was terrible. Even though he was a labor disciple, had made others do his work for him since the very beginning. The reason Du Xiu was so arrogant was that he had an uncle and cousin brother. His uncle was Manager Su of the Labor Division, and the over 2,000 labor disciples in the sword sect were managed by Manager Su. On the other hand, his cousin brother was an outer court disciple. With these 2 people as his backing, Du Xiu could be said to be unbridled within the labor peak, and he looked down upon everyone. As for the 2 others by Du Xiu's side, the one on the left was Gao Qiu, and the one on the right was Li Gu. Both of them were labor disciples as well, but the 2 of them had another nickname, bootlickers. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and said, "Since everyone is here, then let's divide the work. There's 4 of us, so we'll each be responsible for a side. It's fair like this." Ha ha. Li Gu that stood on Du Xiu's right roared with laughter, and he pointed at Yang Yi as he said, "Big Brother Du, did you hear him? He actually distributed work to Big Brother Du." I'm almost dying of laughter. I thought that kid would be sensible, but I never expected that he would be an idiot. That's wrong. Gao Qiu gazed at Li Gu feigned seriousness as he said, "He's a superior outer court disciple. Even though it was in the past, he was still a member of the outer court. How could we make someone that has been an outer court disciple do such lowly work? Big Brother Du, what do you think?" Ha ha. Li Gu roared with laughter, and he looked at Gao Qiu as he said, "Gao Qiu, you're good. You derided him in such a roundabout manner. I, Li Gu, am ashamed of my inferiority. No wonder Big Brother Du thinks highly of you." Not at all, not at all. Gao Qiu said modestly, "I'm just good at talking. You, on the other hand, can fight. Every time we encounter someone insensible, it's always you who deals with them. You're Big Brother Du's right-hand man." For a time, the 2 of them started to praise each other. Yang Yi gazed coldly at them, and he allowed them to flatter each other. Du Xiu walked over to Yang Yi before stretching out his hand to pat Yang Yi on the shoulder, and then he grinned as he said, "Kid, the 3 of us aren't feeling well today, so you'll clean the training grounds by yourself today. All right?" "No." Yang Yi swiped Du Xiu's hand off his shoulder, and then he walked over to Li Gu and Gao Qiu before he said, "I know that all of you feel envious that I've been an outer court disciple in the past, and you're all jealous. After all of you were even more lowly than dogs before outer court disciples in the past. Now that I've become a labor disciple from an outer court disciple, all of you intend to use me to reclaim the dignity all of you lost in the past. I understand." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around, picked his broom up, and then walked towards the training grounds. Yang Yes' straightforward ridicule caused Li Gu and Gao Qiu's faces to flicker between a livid and pale expression from rage, and they seemed as if they were poisoned. At the side, Du Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly while his expression turned gloomy because amongst the almost 3,000 labor disciples in the labor division, there was never one that didn't give him face like this. As bootlickers, the ability to observe a person's expression was a requirement. When he saw Du Xiu's expression, Li Fei understood Du Xiu's intentions, and he charged over to stand before Yang Yi and pointed at Yang Yi as he said, "Yang Yi, do you think you're still an outer court disciple? You're just a piece of trash that wasn't able to attain the first rank of the mortal realm in an entire year, and you're the #1 piece of trash in history. If Big Brother Du asked you to clean for him, then it's because he thinks highly of you. Don't push your luck." "I'm a piece of trash." Yang Yi stopped and said, "But I'm better than some slave that only knows how to be a dog at someone's side. When your master is happy, you flatter him. When he's unhappy, you come out to bark at others. Beat him up. Beat him to death. He'll take responsibility for it." Du Xiu spoke with a gloomy expression. Never had anyone within the labor division dared to insult his dignity. There were none in the past, there wouldn't be any now, and there wouldn't be any in the future as well. He would absolutely not allow anyone to become an exception. When he heard Du Xiu, Li Gu, who stood before Yang Yi, instantly started laughing savagely, and then he smashed his fist towards Yang Yi's face. Had wanted to attack Yang Yi since a long time ago, but Du Xiu hadn't given the word. He didn't dare to it. Because if he killed someone, then he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. But now, Du Xiu had given the word, so he had no worries any longer. Yang Yi's face sank when he saw Li Gu attack, and his figure swiftly moved 2 steps back to avoid Li Gu's fist. At the same time, he raised the broom in his hand and suddenly swung it towards Li Gu. Smack! Li Gu's fist missed, and his head just happened to be struck by Yang Yi's broom. A shrill cry resounded while burning pain spread through his face, and he took a few steps back successively before squatting on the ground in pain while ceaselessly rubbing his eyes with his hands. The broom was covered in dust, so that strike from Yang Yi caused countless specks of dust to fall into his eyes. The eyes couldn't tolerate any dirt, and Li Gu's tears were on the verge of flowing. Bastard! When he saw Yang Yi actually dared to counterattack, Du Xiu's expression turned savage, and he cursed furiously before charging forward swiftly and smashing his fist down towards the back of Yang Yi's head. This #1 piece of trash in history that stood before him had actually dared to insult his dignity, and this was something that Du Xiu couldn't tolerate. Besides his uncle, he was the boss within Labor Peak, and everyone on Labor Peak had to listen to him. Yang Yi was infuriated when he sensed Du Xiu attacking him from behind. He wasn't someone that liked to cause trouble, yet it didn't mean he was afraid of it. These 3 people before him had first humiliated him verbally, then asked him to complete a workload that was for 4 by himself. Now, they'd even attacked him directly, and he was truly infuriated. Yang Yi turned around and suddenly smashed his fist at Du Xiu's right fist. Bang! The 2 fists collided, and then a cracking noise resounded. Du Xiu's eyes instantly opened wide while an expression of pain suffused his face. The bones in his hand had been broken. Du Xiu was just about to withdraw his hand. Yet Yang Yi flipped his hand and grabbed at this moment. He grabbed a hold of Du Xiu's weak fist before pulling on it forcefully, and then his right leg suddenly kicked towards Du Xiu's stomach. Bang! Du Xiu was instantly blasted flying, and he fell heavily to the ground after flying back by a meter. Even though Yang Yi was a labor disciple just like the 3 of them, unlike them, he didn't enjoy himself and waste time after finishing the work for the day. Every day, besides his usual work, all of his time was utilized to temper his body. No matter rain or shine, had never stopped since the moment he arrived at the sword sect. So, even if he hadn't become a profounder yet, the strength of his body wasn't something they could compare to. After he dealt with them, Yang Yi turned around to look at Gao Qiu that stood at the side. When he saw Yang Yi look at him, Gao Qiu instinctively took 2 steps back, and then he clenched his fists tightly while doing his best to keep calm. He said, Du Xiu is Manager Zu's nephew, and his cousin brother is an outer court disciple. Manager Su and his cousin brother won't let you off for harming him. Yang Yi paid no attention to Gao Qiu that was trying to borrow the influence of manager Su and Du Xiu's cousin brother. He walked over to Du Xiu that lay on the ground and squatted down before he patted Du Xiu's face that was covered in fear. And he said, "Now, the three of you will clean the entire training grounds. Do you have a problem with that?" Du Xiu gulped and was hesitating. Yet when he saw Yang Yes clenching his fist, he hurriedly said, no problem at all. We'll start cleaning it right away." A wise man didn't fight when the odds were against him. This principle was something his uncle had taught him, and it was of use to him now. Yang Yi glanced indifferently at Du Xiu before he stood up, and then he supported the broom on his shoulder as he walked swiftly towards Cool Breeze Gorge. He knew that this wasn't the end of this matter, and this fellow would definitely come looking for trouble with him. Du Xiu didn't dare to do that himself, but he would definitely ask his uncle or his cousin brother that was an outer court disciple to come go for trouble with him. Presently, only his Buddhist strength was slightly strong, but he still wasn't a profounder. At this moment, he would absolutely not be a match for an outer court disciple. For the sake of having the ability to protect himself, he had to train bitterly and become a profounder as soon as possible. Otherwise, once that outer court disciple came looking for him, he wouldn't even have the ability to resist. So, he had to intensify his training and strive to become a profounder as soon as possible. "Big brother Du, what should we do?" Li Gu helped Du Xiu up and spoke in a low voice. Now, he understood that he was utterly not a match for that fellow called Yang Yi, and if he looked for trouble with Yang Yi, then he would be looking for a beating. Gao Qiu, who stood at the side, remained silent because Yang Yi's ruthlessness and decisiveness caused him to feel slightly fearful. Wait for my cousin brother to return from visiting his relatives in the mortal world. At that time, it'll make him suffer. As he gazed at Yang Yi's figure in the distance, the glow of resentment flickered in Du Xiu's eyes. It had already been 5 years, had been a labor disciple for 5 years, and there hadn't been a single person that dared to treat him in this way and actually dared to attack him. When he thought of this, the resentment in his eyes grew deeper. Did all of you see that? That number 1 piece of trash in history. Wait. No. Yang Yi. He bashed up those 3 bastards. What? Really? That bastard, Du Xiu, was beaten up? You wouldn't be lying, right? Du Xiu's uncle is Manager Su, and his cousin brother is an outer court disciple. Would that labor disciple called Yang Yi dare to beat him? Why would I lie to you? I saw it with my own 2 eyes. Du Xiu and those 2 bootlickers of his acted as they usually did. They didn't intend to work, and they asked Yang Yi to clean the training grounds by himself. Yang Yi didn't agree to it, and then Du Xiu and the others attacked him. Yet who would have expected that they were bashed up by Yang Yi instead? Moreover, they're even doing Yang Yi's share of the work. Haha, nice. That bastard Du Xiu always relies on his uncle and cousin brother to bully all of us labor disciples on Labor Peak. Now, he finally bit off more than he could chew. Come, let's go tell the others about this and let them feel happy as well. In next to no time, the matter of Yang Yi furiously beating up Du Xiu spread throughout the entire Labor Peak. Yang Yi, on the other hand, had already arrived at Cool Breeze Gorge. Chapter 3 Vortex Dantian. At the side of a pool in Cool Breeze Gorge, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed slightly and head immersed his mind into his body. After the excitement he felt earlier, Yang Yi felt that it was slightly strange, because no matter how he thought about it, it didn't seem right to have 2 Dantians. So, he decided to figure out the tiny vortex at the depths of his Dantian. This time, he saw the tiny vortex Dantian clearly. It was only the size of a palm, and it ceaselessly emanated suction force. It was precisely this suction force that instantly absorbed the profound energy he absorbed into his body after his training. This tiny vortex had completely absorbed all the profound energy within his Dantian, causing him to be utterly unable to become a profounder. No, it should be said that had already become a profounder a very long time ago, because becoming a profounder depended on one's natural talent. If one was able to absorb profound energy through tempering the body, then one was a profounder. However, his profound energy had been absorbed by the tiny vortex as soon as it entered his body, causing him to have the mistaken view that he wasn't a profounder. Based on the standards of being a profounder, he was already a profounder since a long time ago. Yang Yi tried to control this tiny vortex. In his opinion, since this tiny vortex was within his body, then it ought to belong to him and be controlled by him. However, to his disappointment, every time he intended to draw profound energy out from within the tiny vortex would seem as if it had been provoked by something and speed up its revolutions, causing him to be utterly unable to drag out even a trace of profound energy. That profound energy is mine. After trying hard for a long time, Yang Yi was slightly annoyed when he noticed the tiny vortex was still unwilling to release the profound energy within it, and he cursed in his heart. If he was unable to control this tiny vortex, then didn't it mean that he would be working for that tiny vortex for his entire lifetime? Most importantly, if he didn't possess profound energy, then how would he improve the intensity of his training? After all, the current intensity of his training had already reached his limits. Under the situation that he didn't possess any cultivation resources and didn't possess the support and recovery provided by profound energy, raising the intensity of his training might cause irreparable harm to his body. Give me a bit, just a bit. You must realize that you'll be unable to absorb profound energy without me. Give me a little bit, and it'll be able to absorb even more profound energy. Isn't all the profound energy I absorb yours in the end? What do you think? It's advantageous for both of us to work together, and it'll be disadvantageous for both of us if we don't. Since doing things by force didn't work, Yang Yi decided to try negotiating. Even though it was slightly aggrieving because the profound energy were the fruits of his laborious training, it couldn't be helped. The profound energy was the key to whether he would be able to become a true profounder, and it was related to whether he would be able to become an outer court disciple. So, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. After a short while, the tiny vortex showed no reaction. Yet just when Yang Yi was prepared to curse furiously, a string of light golden profound energy suddenly flowed out from within the tiny cortex. When he saw this, Yang Yi almost leaped up with excitement. After another short period of time, another string flowed out. Gradually, string after string of light golden profound energy flowed out without end, and the tiny vortex only stopped after around 20 strings of light golden profound energy had flowed out. The light golden profound energy flowed into his normal dantian, and Yang Yi was just about to shout when the light golden profound energy suddenly flowed towards the meridians within his entire body. After that, these strings of light golden profound energy slowly entered his muscles. At this moment, Yang Yi felt as if he could hear the cheers of countless cells within his muscles, and then the sore and exhausted feeling he had vanished silently before it was replaced with more and more abundant energy. Right when Yang Yi was bewildered, he suddenly felt as if something was wriggling on his body. He hurriedly removed his clothes and lowered his head to take a look, and then Yang Yi's eyes instantly opened wide. He saw that the skin on his body was falling off at a visible speed. His skin was being replaced. This was a sign of attaining the 4th level of the body refinement technique. Attaining the 4th level of the body refinement technique meant that he was a 4th-rank profounder now. Haha! When he thought up to here, Yang Yi leaped up from the ground and started to roar with laughter. After laughing for a while, he seemed to feel that something was off, and he hurriedly stopped his laughter and lowered his head to look at his body. As he gazed at his body that was ceaselessly shedding its skin, Yang Yi hurriedly removed all the clothes he wore, and then he leaped into the pool. After all his skin had shed off, he flipped around in the pool before leaping out of it. He lightly rubbed the skin before his chest and everywhere his palm passed. It was like touching a smooth rock, and it sent an unusually firm feeling to the center of his palm. Pop, pop, pop. Yang Yi suppressed the excitement in his heart and picked up a tree branch from the ground, and then he immediately executed the basic sword technique. As he executed it, the sound of wind thumped, while it actually caused some of the dirt on the ground to rise up into the air. Its impetus was something that couldn't be compared to the past at all. After he finished, Yang Yi hurriedly immersed his mind into his body once more. After a short moment, an overjoyed expression surged onto his face. Yes, he wasn't mistaken. Had really attained the 4th rank of the mortal realm. From someone that wasn't even a profounder, had instantly attained the 4th rank of the mortal realm. Yang Yi felt dazed as if he was dreaming, but in next to no time, he came to an understanding. Since the moment Head arrived at the sword sect, Head started to cultivate bitterly in the body refinement technique. At that time, even though he couldn't be said to be the most diligent amongst the outer court disciples, he was absolutely able to be ranked in the top 3. Since that moment until now, had been cultivating in the body refinement technique for 2 years now. So, his body had already attained an extremely strong state. Now that profound energy had entered his body, it was like Head suddenly obtained the pin to his bank account. With the pin, he was naturally able to withdraw his money. Simply speaking, his abundant accumulations had finally surged out. Yang Yi's brows suddenly knit together because Head suddenly thought of a problem, and the problem was that his profound energy was light gold in color. Light gold profound energy? Is it unique to me? Or is the profound energy within the bodies of others light gold as well? Yang Yi was slightly bewildered. Forget it. When I enter the outer court in the future, he'll definitely be able to know if I'm the same as others after I come into contact with more profounders. Yang Yi wasn't someone that liked to rack his head over a problem, and he only thought about it for a moment before putting it aside. Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground before his mind descended once more into his body. At this moment, the golden, profound energy from before had already vanished from within his normal dantian, and it was completely empty. Brother, I presume you understand me. How about we do this? Let's equally split the profound energy I absorb in the future. I'll give you all the profound energy I absorb, and in return, you have to give me that type of light golden profound energy. I'm not taking advantage of you, because you ought to be aware that I'll only be able to absorb more profound energy by becoming stronger. Conversely, if I don't become stronger, then the amount of profound energy I absorb will definitely be extremely scarce. So, I should be prioritized now, and once I've become strong, you'll be able to obtain even more profound energy. What do you think? Yang Yi had an absurd feeling that the tiny vortex was able to understand him. There was no reason for this, and it was just a feeling of his. So, Head decided to discuss the matter with the tiny vortex. Otherwise, if the tiny vortex monopolized all the profound energy in the future, then he would definitely be filled with anguish. After a short moment, and right when Yang Yi felt slightly impatient, the tiny vortex suddenly started revolving, and it revolved for a moment before it stopped. Yang Yi started smiling when he sensed the actions of the tiny vortex. His intuition told him that the tiny vortex had agreed. Obviously, the tiny vortex wasn't satisfied with the speed he absorbed profound energy at now, so it had decided to allow him to become strong first. This was an investment. After he wore his clothes, Yang Yi walked over to the place where the iron pieces were hidden, and he wore them. At this moment, Yang Yi wasn't able to feel a shred of weight coming from them. He didn't have a cultivation technique now, so he could only utilize the body refinement technique to absorb profound energy. The more ruthlessly he trained, the more profound energy he would be able to absorb, and that meant that the amount of light golden profound energy he obtained would be even more. With even more light golden profound energy, he would be able to utilize it to strengthen his body and improve his cultivation. Ah! Help me! Stop chasing after Bauer. Grandpa! Save me! Right when Yang Yi intended to train until his limits, a sharp cry suddenly sounded from the distant forest. The voice was slightly immature, and it was obviously a little girl. Yang Yi stopped moving when he heard this, and he looked towards the forest in the distance. Suddenly, a little girl wearing a white dress with floral patterns ran out of the forest in panic. The little girl was only around 13 or 14 years old, and she had an extremely long braided ponytail behind her head. Her countenance was ghastly pale while she bit tightly on her tiny lips, and she was dashing desperately while using both her hands and feet to run. The little girl ran out of the forest. When she saw Yang Yi, her originally pale countenance instantly grew paler, and she shouted as she ran, "That little laborer over there! Quickly run away! The little snake has gone mad!" Rumble. Right when Yang Yi was dazed, the ground suddenly started to shake, and then an enormous creature rampaged through the forest behind the little girl and charged out. A colossal python king. When he saw this enormous creature, Yang Yi's countenance instantly became as pale as the little girl. That's a little snake? That's a colossal python king. The colossal python king was a 5th-ranked dark beast. Its body was like the size of 3 adults and around 10 m in length, and its eyes were like the size of fists. Most importantly, its scales and the defense it provided was something that might not be possible to be slashed apart even with a sword skill. Chapter 4: Battling the Colossal Python King. Even though the little girl was young, she ran extremely swiftly. When she saw Yang Yi, Shed actually forcefully changed her direction and ran towards another direction. Doing this closed the gap between her and the colossal Python King, and if Yang Yi turned around and fled, then he would probably be able to escape. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment. In the next moment, he took a deep breath and stopped hesitating. He picked up a huge rock at the side and ran towards the colossal Python King. When he was only over 10 meters away from it, he held the rock up and utilized every single ounce of strength in his body to suddenly toss it at the colossal Python King. Bang! The rock smashed onto the Python King's head, and then it shattered into pieces. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched when he saw this. Isn't this level of defense a bit too formidable? Being struck by the rock infuriated the Python King, and it decisively abandoned its chase of the little girl before smashing down towards Yang Yi with a twist of its body. The Python King's body was enormous. Everywhere it passed, it left a mess in its wake. Anything and everything struck by it was smashed mercilessly, and its impetus was extremely shocking. "Get away quickly!" Yang Yi roared when he saw the little girl was looking at him with a curious expression. At the same time, he picked up a rock on the ground and charged towards the Python King. Truthfully speaking, Yang Yi didn't have a shred of confidence when facing this enormous monster. However, he was truly unable to run away. If the little girl had drawn the Python King over to him at the beginning, then he would definitely flee immediately. But the little girl would rather be chased herself than implicate him. She's a very kind little girl, just like little Yao. Of course, the most important factor was that he currently had the strength to try to go against it. When she saw Yang Yi charging at the colossal Python King, the little girl gasped for breath while her pitch-black and lively eyes gazed at him while blinking. Obviously, Shed never expected that this labor disciple would fight the Python King for her. Yang Yi bawled as he utilized all the strength in his body to smash the rock in his hand onto the Python King's head. Bang! A muffled bang resounded as the stone shattered into pieces, and Yang Yi's figure was blasted flying and crashed heavily onto the ground. As he wiped off the fresh blood on the corner of his mouth, Yang Yi understood the meaning of throwing an egg against a rock. That strike from before felt as if head struck the stone on black iron. Not only had the rock shattered, but even his arm had also become numb from the impact. Hiss, hiss, after it was hit by Yang Yi. The Python King flicked its tongue before its figure twisted once more and smashed down towards Yang Yi. As he gazed at the colossal Python King that seemed like a small mountain, Yang Yi's eyelids twitched, and he didn't dare let his thought run wild any longer. He hastily stood up and spat out a mouthful of blood before charging over once more. It was definitely impossible for him to flee because there was nothing to obstruct the Python King behind him, and if it were on flat ground, then he would definitely be unable to outrun it. Since he couldn't run, then he could only put up a desperate fight. When he arrived 2 meters before the Python King, Yang Yi let out a clear shout before his legs swiftly stomped on the ground. His figure leaped up into the sky before his fists smashed down towards the sky-blue fist-sized eyes of the Python King. Hisk, when it noticed Yang Yi's fists smashing over, the python twisted its body, and its enormous tail carried the whistling sound of wind as it swiftly swept towards Yang Yi. The snake's tail was extremely swiftly, and it was swift to the point Yang Yi didn't even have the time to approach the Python King before he was struck by it. Bang! Yang Yi instantly felt as if his waist had broken apart, and he let out a muffled groan while a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out. His figure was struck by the force of the Python King's tail to the point of being blasted flying, and he flew a distance of almost 10 meters before he crashed heavily into a patch of grass and caused countless specks of dust to rise into the sky. "I'm not a match for it." Actually, he knew that he wasn't a match for it since the beginning. The defensive capability of dark beasts was absolutely capable of crushing all humans at the same cultivation realm, and it was even possible for them to surmount a realm and do battle. Not to mention that the dark beast before him was even superior to him in cultivation. Are you fine? Meanwhile, Bauer hurriedly ran over to Yang Ye's side, and she helped Yang Yi up while she spoke in a light voice. You still haven't fled? Yang Yi was barely able to stand up, and his face couldn't help but darken when he noticed the little girl hadn't fled. Had desperately strived for an opportunity for her to flee, yet Shed actually not fled. Yang Yi truly desired to hit someone at this moment. Bauer shook her little head, causing her braided ponytail to swing from side to side, and she said seriously, You were so courageous, so how could Bauer possibly leave you here and flee by myself? Bauer will live and die together with you. Come, stick this strength talisman on yourself, and then continue bashing it. As she spoke, she withdrew a piece of talisman paper from the little pouch in front of her dress, and then she directly slapped it onto Yang Ye's shoulder. When the talisman paper was slapped onto Yang Ye's shoulder, it transformed into a strand of golden light that entered Yang Ye's body. Once the golden light entered his body, Yang Yi instantly felt his spirits raise, and it felt as if energy was dashing throughout his body. He didn't have the time to carefully sense the changes in his body before Yang Yi picked up a stick by his side and charged towards the Python King. He really wanted to rest for a while, but would the Python King give him such a chance? When the little girl stuck that piece of talisman paper on his shoulder, the Python King had already started charging towards the two of them. This time, the colossal Python King had obviously become serious. Its enormous mouth opened up and revealed the scarlet-red tongue within it that was the size of an arm. As he gazed at that bloody mouth that was more than 3 times the size of his head, Yang Yi felt his scalp go slightly numb. He didn't know where he got the courage to go against a colossal Python King that was a rank higher than him, but he knew that if he ran while on such flat ground, then he would absolutely die. Since it was like that, it was better to go all out because this way, he would still have a slight chance of survival. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi was rid of even the slightest shred of hesitation, and he shouted explosively as he sped up, and he charged towards the Python King with the stick in hand. When it noticed Yang Yi charging towards it, the Python King flicked its scarlet-red tongue, and then its body twisted. With the front of its body as support, its tail swiftly swept horizontally towards Yang Yi again. Everywhere its tail passed, the ground was covered in a mess, and pieces of leaves covered the sky. Yang Yi's eyes squinted when he saw the tail sweeping towards him, and his figure suddenly knelt down to the ground and skid forward. When he felt the tail sweep past his face, Yang Yi let out a furious shout and revealed a savage expression. He suddenly slapped the ground with his left hand and utilized the force from it to leap up, and then he held the stick with both his hands before suddenly stabbing it down fiercely at the fist-sized right eye of the Python King. This was a move in the basic sword technique. Even though it was only a wooden stick in his hand, he had no other choice and could only make do with it. Hiss! The Python King hadn't expected that its tail would miss. So, when it noticed the stick assaulting its eye, it moved its head to the side and avoided the stick. However, the stick had still pierced into its head. The Python King's body instantly started to twist violently, and at the same time, the Python King's tail swept upwards and coiled around Yang Yi's waist. When he noticed that head actually pierced through the dark scales of the colossal Python King, Yang Yi was first stunned, yet he didn't have the time to feel overjoyed when he sensed tightness coming from his waist. After that, intense pain swept throughout his body, and it felt as if his waist was about to break. Yang Yi was horrified when he noticed the Python King had twisted its tail around him. Right at this critical moment, the mysterious tiny vortex within his body finally stopped being stingy, and the golden, profound energy surged ceaselessly into his normal dantian. When he sensed the profound energy enter his body, Yang Yi didn't have the time to think too much about it. He abandoned the stick and circulated the profound energy within his body to his fists, causing a light golden glow to flash on his fists. After that, he smashed his fists down fiercely onto the Python King's tail as if head gone mad. To Yang Yi's surprise, every single punch of his had actually struck the dark scales of the Python King to the point of sinking down. He knew that it was definitely the effect of that talisman paper and the light golden profound energy within his body. Because he was clearly aware of his own strength, and it was absolutely unable to harm the colossal Python King. When she saw the light golden profound energy on Young Ye's fists, the eyes on Bauer's pale face lit up, and she muttered, "Gold profound energy. This little laborer actually possesses gold profound energy from amongst the profound energy of the 5 elements." Bang, bang, bang. The colossal Python King was clearly in pain from Young Ye's frenzied punches. Its tail gradually loosened while the scales on the spot where Young Ye's fist descended had already been blasted off to reveal the scarlet-red flesh of the Python King. After being in a short stalemate, the colossal Python King had fallen into a disadvantageous position, because its tail was already on the verge of being smashed into 2 pieces by Yang Yi. As it sensed the intense pain that came from its tail, the colossal Python King loosened the grip of its tail and allowed Yang Yi to drop to the ground, and then it retreated by a few meters before its fist-sized eyes gazed at Yang Yi while flowing with a ferocious glow. However, it carried a trace of fear this time. Meanwhile, Bauer hurriedly ran over to Yang Ye's side before stretching out her hand to support his falling figure, and then she said, "Little laborer, continue bashing it." It actually chased Bauer for 2 hours because of a low-grade profound rank spirit herb. If Bauer didn't have a Strider talisman, then Bauer would definitely be in its stomach. Yang Yi gasped when he heard this. A profound rank spirit herb. Now, he knew why this dark beast was chasing her. Spirit herbs were extremely valuable, and they were divided into heaven, earth, profound, and yellow ranks. Yellow rank spirit herbs could be purchased in the mortal world for over 10,000 gold coins. To Yang Yi, 10,000 gold coins were already an astronomical figure. After all, his pay from a month of work was only a few tens of gold coins. As for the profound rank that was a rank higher than the yellow rank, Yang Yi was truly unable to imagine how many gold coins it could sell for. Most importantly, the value of spirit herbs to dark beasts was equivalent to the value of high-grade cultivation techniques to humans. It carried lethal attraction to them. Bauer frowned when she noticed how weak Yang Yi seemed to be, and then she placed her hand into the little pouch before her dress. After that, she drew out a green-colored talisman and a white-colored talisman before slapping it onto Yang Ye's body, and then she said, "Little laborer, continue bashing it. Bauer will cheer for you." The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he glared fiercely at Bauer. Right at this moment, he felt his spirits being refreshed once more as a strand of strange energy entered his body. That strand of strange energy swiftly flowed an entire round through the meridians within his entire body, and then he felt the exhaustion he experienced from the battle being wiped away completely. Moreover, his entire body was filled with strength. It wasn't just that, he even felt the energy of the heavens and the earth and the surroundings ceaselessly surging into his body. In the end, they surged through his meridians like a torrent. Suddenly, the tiny vortex started revolving at high speeds, and then all of this profound energy vanished within his dantian at a speed that was swifter than the eye could see. After another 2 breaths of time, a strand of light golden profound energy suddenly flowed out from within the tiny vortex. Yang Yi was delighted in his heart when he sensed the changes in his body, and then he glanced at the little girl's pouch while feeling shocked in his heart. He knew that the profound energy that appeared within his body earlier was definitely the result of the little girl's talismans. However, he didn't have the time to ask her about it now, because there was a 5th-rank dark beast by his side. As he sensed the surging profound energy within his body, Yang Yi gazed at the colossal Python King while twisting his neck, and then he let out a burst of savage laughter. After that, his right leg stomped on the ground, allowing his figure to charge out explosively, and his right fist whistled through the air as it smashed towards the colossal Python King's head. Chapter 5: The Tao of Talismans. Hiss hissed when it noticed Yang Yi was taking the initiative to attack it again. The colossal Python King seemed to have become enraged as well, and its figure shook before its enormous tail swept once more towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes focused when he saw the tail sweep over, but he wasn't prepared to dodge this time. The light golden profound energy within his body surged towards his right fist, and then he let out a fierce shout as his fist smashed forcefully towards the Python King's tail. With the boost from the mysterious talisman and the light golden profound energy, the veins on Yang Yes' arm bulged like numerous worms, and a light golden glow flashed into appearance on his fist. Everywhere his fist passed, numerous sharp sounds of the air being torn apart resounded, and it was extremely shocking. Bang! The fist and tail collided, causing a muffled bang to resound. Yang Yi took quite a few steps back, whereas the Python King's tail was blasted flying beneath the force of Yang Yes' punch. It wasn't just that. The spot where Yang Yes' fist descended onto the tail had sunken completely, and it obviously displayed the force contained within Yang Yes' attack. Yang Yi was instantly delighted when he noticed this punch of his had blasted the Python King's tail backward, and his eyes flickered with a glow of excitement. The profound energy within his body surged as he charged forward once more, and then his fist descended towards the Python King like a rainstorm. As she watched Yang Yi attack the colossal Python King to the point it repeatedly retreated, a wisp of shock flashed in the eyes of Bauer, who stood at the side, and she patted her chest as she said in a light voice, "My mid-grade strength talisman is merely able to double his strength, but when combined with his golden profound energy, it has at least improved his strength by almost 5 times. Grandpa was right. Amongst the profound energy of the 5 elements, the offensive ability of golden profound energy is the most formidable." Yang Yi grew more and more excited the more he fought. Every single time the Python King's tail collided with him, the enormous force carried by it would cause a wave of vibrations to spread throughout his body. Luckily, he sensed that a strand of strange energy was ceaselessly repairing the internal injuries within his body. Otherwise, he would have fallen to the ground a long time ago. Bang! The man and Python were in a deadlock for a long time. Suddenly, Yang Yi accurately captured a gap in its defenses, and he flashed over to smash a ferocious punch onto the Python King's head. The colossal Python King wailed, and its body trembled violently. When he saw this, Yang Yi sped up his attacks towards the Python King's head, and it wasn't long before the colossal Python King stopped moving. Huff! When he saw the colossal Python King fall to the ground, Yang Yi fell to the ground as well, and he sat there while gasping for breath. Earlier, had been struck a few times by the Python King's tail, and he didn't feel anything at the time. Yet now, that sort of feeling of pain and exhaustion surged over and assaulted him like tidewater, causing him to be unable to rouse a single shred of strength. Meanwhile, Bauer ran over to the colossal Python King's side before suddenly kicking its body that lay on the ground, and she cursed while she kicked. "Chase Bauer! Chase Bauer! Now you're dead." "Huh? Just you wait. Bauer will refine you." As she spoke, she withdrew a white jade bottle from her small pouch and pointed it at the colossal Python King. As soon as the stopper was removed, a strand of suction force surged out explosively from within it, and then the enormous body of the colossal Python King transformed into a black that surged into the white jade bottle. Yang Yi was dumbstruck when he witnessed this scene. He rubbed his eyes and focused his gaze over, and he noticed the python kind had really vanished. Moreover, if it wasn't for the pool of blood that still remained, he might have thought that he was fighting the air earlier. After she put the white jade bottle away, Bauer walked over to Yang Ye's side, and then withdrew a green-colored talisman from her pouch and slapped it onto Yang Yi. As soon as it was slapped onto his body, the talisman instantly transformed into a green glow that surged into Yang Ye's body. After that, a strand of strange energy once again circulated swiftly within his body, just like it had done before this. And it wasn't long before Yang Ye's exhaustion from before had vanished once more. Are you a talisman master?" Yang Yi gazed at Bauer, who was sizing him up carefully, and he asked in a light voice. A wisp of a proud expression suffused the corners of Bauer's mouth when she heard this. "Of course, I'm a genius. The one and only super genius in the sword sect that's a grade 5 talisman master at the age of 14. What do you think? Aren't I amazing?" Yang Yi took a deep breath when he heard Bauer's admission, and he didn't conceal the shock on his face at all. Even though his strength was weak, he still possessed some knowledge, so he naturally knew what a talisman master was. Talisman masters possessed extremely distinguished statuses in the Southern Territory because the things created by talisman masters were able to make countless profounders go mad over them. For example, those talismans from before were able to instantly improve one's combat strength, and it was even without any side effects at all. Such a talisman could protect one's life in a crisis. It wasn't just talismans. Talisman masters were also able to inscribe those strange talisman markings onto weapons or armor. If a weapon were inscribed by a talisman master, then this weapon's might would improve greatly, and its value would instantly rise by more than 10 times. Moreover, talismans and inscribing treasures were merely the tip of the iceberg. According to legend, talisman masters were even able to inscribe techniques. That meant they were able to inscribe all sorts of profound techniques onto weapons and armor. So long as a profounder utilized profound energy to activate these techniques, then the inscribed technique would automatically activate. Of course, Yang Yi had never seen such a treasure. Not only had he never seen such a treasure, but Yang Yi had also only seen a single talisman master in his life, and it was this little girl standing before him. The reason talisman masters possess distinguished statuses was related to an extremely important reason. Talisman masters were extraordinarily scarce. He wasn't sure about other places, but in any case, there wasn't a single talisman master amongst South P City's population of almost 1 million people. Yet now, had actually encountered one, and had even utilized many of those precious talismans. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi felt slightly pained in his heart, because if he were able to sell those talismans, then any one of them would be sufficient for him to live on for his entire lifetime. Why didn't you run just now? Bauer gazed at Yang Yi and asked in an extremely serious manner. What do you mean? Yang Yi was stunned. I'm talking about just now. You're clearly so weak. So why didn't you run and win a fight that little snake instead? Bauer asked once more, and her little face seemed to be extremely serious. If I ran, then you would be in its belly. Yang Yi joked. At that time, Head thought about fleeing, but the actions of this little girl before him had moved him. So, if he ran at that time, then even he himself would really look down on himself. Bauer gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before she said with a smile, in the past, numerous people tried to curry favor with me, but I knew that they all had objectives of their own, or they intended to curry favor with Grandpa. But you're different. You don't know Bauer's identity, yet you still risked your life to save me. Let's be friends. And Bauer, what about you? Yang Yi smiled as well. The little girl before him was around the age of his younger sister, and they were similarly cute. He sincerely had a favorable impression of her. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something, and he asked, Right, aren't all talisman masters extremely formidable? Why are you? Bauer's little face flushed red when she heard this, and she blushed for a moment before she said, Even though I'm at the 8th rank of the mortal realm and possess the profound energy of the 5 elements as well, Bauer's profound energy is of the wood element, and it possesses the weakest combat strength. Moreover, Bauer hasn't fought anyone in the past. So, Bauer doesn't know how to fight at all. As soon as she finished speaking, her little face turned even redder. Yang Yi was completely stunned when he heard Bauer. The 8th rank of the mortal realm. She's only 14 years old. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi's scalp felt slightly numb. This natural talent is truly monstrous to the extreme. However, when he heard Bauer actually didn't know how to fight, Yang Yi's expression was slightly strange. She possesses such heaven-defying natural talent, yet actually doesn't know how to fight. When she noticed Yang Yi's strange expression, Bauer glared fiercely at him, and then she changed the topic and said, Right? Your 5-element profound energy is of the gold element. Logically speaking, you ought to cultivate extremely quickly. Why are you only at the 4th rank of the mortal realm? She intended to frustrate Yang Yi. 5-element profound energy? Gold profound energy? Yang Yi was still slightly dazed because had never heard of these terms in the past. Bauer didn't explain, and she asked instead. You know that talisman masters possess distinguished statuses, right? Yang Yi nodded and said, Extremely distinguished. In the past, I've only heard of them yet never seen one. I don't think one has ever been born from our South Peace City. The reason talisman masters are distinguished is that geniuses that possess 5-element profound energy are required to become talisman masters, whereas one genius with 5-element profound energy only appears amongst at least a few million people. A thing is valued if it's rare. So, talisman masters are extremely distinguished in the Southern Territory, understand? Bauer explained patiently. You're saying that my profound energy is a type of 5-element profound energy? Yang Yes' eyes lit up. The identity of a talisman master was much more distinguished than being an outer court disciple of the sword sect. If he became a talisman master, then even the governor of South B City would have to be respectful and reverent to him, let alone the Liu clan. Bauer nodded and said, it should be. The gold element profound energy amongst the 5-element profound energy is gold in color, whereas your profound energy is gold in color. So, it should be, you should be able to become a talisman master. Moreover, gold element profound energy is the strongest amongst the profound energy of the 5 elements. Bauer never expected that Bauer would encounter one. When he heard this, Yang Yi was first delighted, and then he frowned and calmed down. Gold element profound energy was gold in color, yet his was light gold. Moreover, it was converted into a light gold color by the tiny vortex. Is my profound energy really a type of 5-element profound energy? Bauer, you said only geniuses with 5-element profound energy can become talisman masters. Why is that? Yang Yi asked with a low voice. Because only the profound energy of the 5 elements can continue existing in the air. Bauer explained. After ordinary profound energy leaves the body, it will disperse completely without a special cultivation technique to maintain it. On the other hand, this wouldn't happen to 5-element profound energy. They can exist in air, and so long as they aren't destroyed by others, then they can continue to exist forever. Understand? Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment upon hearing this, and then he utilized the profound energy in his body and his finger as a brush to lightly scratch a rock on the ground. Instantly, a golden line appeared on the rock. Yang Yi was delighted when he saw this, and then he continued. In next to no time, a golden character appeared on the rock. After that, he waited silently for a moment, and that character still remained on that rock after a while, causing an overjoyed expression to surge up onto his face. He wasn't sure if he possessed one of the 5-element profound energies, yet he was sure that his profound energy conformed to the conditions to become a talisman master. When she saw Yang Yi's excited expression, Bauer hesitated for a moment. Yet when she recalled that scene from before when Yang Yi charged towards the colossal Python King, she stopped hesitating, and she stretched out her hand into her pouch to withdraw a scroll before passing it over to Yang Yi. She said, "Little laborer, this scroll is the 5-element talisman marking technique. It's unlike other 5-element talisman marking techniques because my grandpa's experiences are recorded within it. I basically already know all of it. Now, I'm giving it to you, and you can't give it to anyone else, understand?" As she finished speaking, Bauer's face seemed to be slightly solemn. Yang Yi was moved when he heard this, and he hesitated on whether he should take the scroll. He looked at Bauer and said seriously, "Thank you. Don't worry, I won't give it to anyone." This was a fortuitous encounter to become a talisman master, and he didn't want to give it up. Bauer nodded, and then she said in a light voice, "Grandpa has gone to Grand Qin Empire, so I can't bring you back to the Talisman Peak. Once Grandpa returns, I'll ask him to have a look at your natural talent to become a talisman master, and if it's good, then Bauer will make him take you as a disciple. It's fine, even if your natural talent isn't good. At that time, you can follow by Bauer's side. Bauer is extremely formidable as well." Yang Yi was slightly touched in his heart when he heard her. Not only had Bauer given him that precious 5-element talisman marking technique, but she was even prepared to introduce him to her grandfather. This little girl standing before him had really taken him to be her friend. "Little laborer, you must remember that you can't neglect the improvement of your cultivation just because you can become a talisman master. After all, as the profound energy within your body becomes more condensed, the effects of the talismans you create will rise alongside it. Moreover, creating a talisman requires the exhaustion of a great deal of profound energy. With the amount of profound energy stored within your body now, You'll at most be able to create only a few talismans. Understand? Bauer spoke seriously. Yang Yi nodded and said, I know that. My target is to become an inner court disciple. Even though the profession of talisman master was extremely distinguished, had never given up on becoming a formidable profounder because he would only be able to protect his mother and younger sister better with formidable strength. As for being a talisman master, it was still a bit too far away from him. An inner court disciple? That's good as well. Bauer smiled, and then she raised her head to determine the time of day. When she noticed it was already late, she thought for a moment before she withdrew 2 white jade bottles and a talisman brush from her tiny pouch and said, This is the blood essence of a dark beast and some spirit herb sap. You can practice according to the 5-element talisman marking technique first. They'll come play with you soon. Am leaving first? As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her small hands at Yang Yi before placing them behind her back, and then she hopped her way towards the entrance of the gorge. As he watched Bauer figure vanish at the entrance to the gorge, Yang Yi smiled before he opened up the scroll in his hand. The 5-element talisman marking technique, the Tao of Talismans. 1. It's his surname, Yang. Chapter 6 Conflict arises again. After he returned to Labor Peak from Cool Breeze Gorge, Yang Yi arrived at the canteen. As soon as he entered it, Yang Yi noticed that the gazes of half the people here had descended onto him. Some of these labor disciples revealed kind smiles, while the others seemed to be laughing at his misfortune. Yang Yi nodded to those labor disciples that revealed kind smiles, and he was just about to get some food when a cold shout resounded from behind him. Yang Yi, stop right there. Yang Yi frowned when he heard this. This voice was extremely familiar to him, and it was the voice of Manager Su. He knew that his troubles had arrived. Yang Yi turned around to look at Manager Su. Manager Su was around 40+ years old, had a fat figure, and an extremely chubby face. If one was slightly far away from Manager Su, then one would probably even be unable to see his eyes. Manager Su wore broad clothes from Labor Peak, yet it was still tight against his flesh, and both his shoulders and back were rosy. In the sword sect, Manager Su had another nickname, and it was the Skinner Su. Because once any disciple offended him, then he would at least skin a layer of that disciple's skin. Moreover, Du Xiu's group of 3 that had cold smiles on the corners of their mouths stood by Manager Zu's side. When they saw Manager Zu's group of 4, some of the labor disciples in the canteen revealed deep fear and resentment in their eyes because these 4 people before them had constantly exploited them, yet they only dared to feel angry in their hearts and didn't dare speak a word of it. I knew it. Yang Yi bashed Du Xiu up, so how could Skinner Su let him off? Now, Yang Yi's dead. Yeah, a long time ago, someone made a stand against Skinner Su, and he was bashed to death on the spot by all 4 of them. Alas, why didn't Yang Yi just exercise some forbearance on that day? Young people really are impulsive. This sort of impulsiveness isn't good. Shoo, keep quiet. Otherwise, if Skinner Su hears you, then you'll definitely get a good whipping. Manager Zu's group of 4 walked over towards Yang Yi, and when he arrived before Yang Yi, a whip had suddenly appeared in Manager Zu's hand. As he gazed at Yang Yi, who had a calm expression, Manager Su revealed a savage smile and said, Yang Yi, a person has to be able to come to terms with reality. You were once an outer court disciple, yet you aren't one any longer. Since you've arrived at my territory, then you have to obey my rules. Since you hit my nephew, then tell me, how should we resolve this matter? Uncle, why waste your breath on him? Kill him. Meanwhile, Du Xiu looked at Yang Yi from the side and spoke in a ruthless tone. He could be said to have completely lost all face that day, and he was unable to swallow that humiliation. Yang Yi glanced coldly at Du Xiu, and then he gazed at Manager Su before he said, Tell me, how should it be resolved? Manager Su suddenly started laughing when he heard this, and then he withdrew an envelope from behind his clothes at his chest, and the opening of the envelope had already been torn. Obviously, it had already been read. Manager Su withdrew the letter within it, and then he said with a smile, Yang Yi, I heard you have a younger sister that's only a little over 10 years old? She seems to not be married yet. So, what do you think of me? I love young girls like this. Ask your younger sister to be my concubine, and then kneel down and admit your mistakes to Du Xiu. Suddenly, Manager Zu's voice stopped abruptly because an enormous fist was already smashing down towards him. When he heard Manager Su disrespect and humiliate his younger sister, Yang Ye's expression suddenly became savage, and then he directly smashed his fist over. His younger sister and mother were his reverse scales, and he wouldn't tolerate any offense against them. One bang. Manager Su had never expected that Yang Yi would suddenly make a move against him, and he was immediately caught off guard. Thus, his face had an intimate encounter with Yang Ye's fist. A shrill cry resounded as his figure fell to the ground, and then fresh blood flowed from both his mouth and nose. Yang Yi didn't stop, and his figure charged swiftly to instantly arrive before Manager Su. He avoided the whip in Manager Zu's hand before he swung his fist fiercely at Manager Zu's body. "You piece of trash. Are you even worthy of my younger sister? He'll fucking kill you." Yang Yi had a savage expression as he took Manager Zu's whip and started whipping Manager Su in a frenzied manner. Yang Yi, you're dead. How dare you hit me? Stop. Lord Yang, don't hit me anymore. Don't hit me anymore. I was wrong. When they heard Manager Zu's shrill cries, everyone within the canteen was stunned. They'd never imagined that Yang Yi would actually dare to hit Skinner Su. After all, Skinner Su was a manager appointed by the Sword Sect. But in next to no time, all the labor disciples stopped thinking about this because Yang Yi was doing something they usually didn't dare to do. Numerous labor disciples in the canteen had clenched their fists tightly, and they didn't conceal the excitement in their eyes at all. "Yang Yi, quickly let go of my uncle. Otherwise, you're dead." Meanwhile, Du Xiu had recovered from his shock, and he intended to stop Yang Yi. Yet he was also afraid of Yang Ye's strength, so he could only shout furiously from the side. Yang Yi paid no attention to Du Xiu, and he exerted even more strength instead while whipping Manager Zu's body over and over again. In just a short while, Manager Su had at least suffered no less than 100 strikes of the whip, and his fat body was covered in bloodstains. It was a rather terrifying sight. In Yang Ye's opinion, if one bullied him, then perhaps he would exercise forbearance. However, if someone dared to touch his family, then he wouldn't hesitate to transform into a demon. Manager Su, who lay before him, had actually dared to try to obtain Yang Ye's younger sister, and this was absolutely not something he could tolerate. Manager Zu's shrill cries resounded in the canteen, and besides Du Xiu's group, all the other labor disciples grew even more excited as they heard these cries. At this moment, all of them felt great satisfaction. Manager Su had frequently exploited them. Not only did he hold back their wages, but had even frequently whipped any labor disciple that disobeyed him in the slightest. Amongst the few thousands of labor disciples on Labor Peak, at least over 90% of them had been cruelly beaten by Skinner Su. "Stay your hand." Right at this moment, an old man that wore clear white robe appeared within the canteen, and his voice contained a trace of profound energy that shook the ears of everyone here to the point of droning. When he heard this cold grunt, Yang Ye's heart shook, and when he turned around and saw the old man, a wisp of a complicated expression flashed past Yang Ye's eyes. He took a deep breath and tossed the whip aside, and then he paid no attention to Manager Su that was on the verge of death as he walked over to stand before the old man. He bowed deeply to the old man and said, "Elder Qian." This old man before him was that elder that took him as an outer court disciple in South B City that day, and it was this old man that had changed his fate. If it wasn't for the warning this old man had given the Liu clan that day in South B City, then it was very likely that his younger sister and mother would have fallen into the Liu clan's hands. Even though he was reduced to a labor disciple by this old man as well, he didn't hold even a bit of resentment towards the old man. Conversely, feelings of gratefulness towards this old man had always existed in his heart. This old man before him was one of the reasons he worked so hard as well. Because when he was unable to absorb any profound energy after a year, this old man before him was ridiculed by the other outer court elders as well. He wanted to prove to everyone within the sword sect that he, Yang Yi, wasn't a piece of trash. When he saw Yang Yi, a wisp of a complicated expression flashed past Elder Qian's eyes. He was extremely clearly aware of Yang Ye's natural talent. However, For some unknown reason, Yang Yi was actually unable to absorb any profound energy after a year, and he hadn't been able to become a profounder even after a year. So, Elder Qin had no choice but to reduce Yang Yi to a labor disciple. Now, when he met Yang Yi again, he had slightly complicated feelings in his heart as well. Meanwhile, Du Qiu knelt before Elder Qin with a thump, and then he pointed at Yang Yi and said, "Elder Qin, you have to uphold justice for us. First, Yang Yi heavily injured me, then asked me to do his work for him. My uncle came to speak reasonably with him, yet who would have expected that my uncle would be heavily injured as well? Elder Qin, you have to uphold justice for my uncle and me." Yang Yi frowned when he heard Du Xiu turn the truth upside down, but he didn't speak. On the other hand, the faces of those labor disciples at the side were covered in rage, and they felt that Du Qiu was simply shameless to the extreme for turning the truth upside down. Elder Qin glanced at Manager Su, who lay on the ground while seeming to be on his last breath. Suddenly, a wisp of surprise appeared in Elder Qin's eyes, and then he looked at Yang Yi. A strand of divine sense enveloped down towards Yang Yi, and then after a while, Elder Qin's eyes lit up as he said, You're already at the 4th rank of the mortal realm?" Yang Yi nodded when he heard this, and then the profound energy within his body surged. With a flip of his palm, a light golden color flickered into appearance on his palm. Elder Qin, am already able to absorb profound energy. When he spoke these words, Yang Yi's heart suddenly relaxed. In the past, for the sake of not disappointing this old man who stood before him, Head cultivated desperately. However, Head still disappointed the old man in the end. Now, he was able to absorb profound energy, and the person he wanted to tell this to the most was this old man. When he saw the light golden color emanated from Yang Yi's palm, Elder Qin's eyes opened wide as if Head seen something extraordinary, and then his figure flashed to arrive before Yang Yi. He stared at Yang Yi as he said, Your profound energy is gold in color?" As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Qin's hands couldn't help but clench together tightly. When he noticed Elder Qin's solemn expression, Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he nodded. Perhaps his profound energy wasn't of the gold element, but it ought to not be inferior to gold element profound energy. Ha ha! Elder Qin suddenly started roaring with laughter when he saw Yang Yi nod, and he laughed for a moment before he felt that it was inappropriate. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and patted Yang Yi on the shoulder with his right hand before he said, "Good, very good, extremely good." Only a single genius with profound energy of the 5 elements would appear amongst a few million of people, yet Yang Yi didn't just possess profound energy of the 5 elements, it was even the strongest amongst the profound energy of the 5 elements, gold element profound energy. So, how could he not be excited? When he heard Elder Qin, the nearby Du Xiu suddenly had a bad premonition. However, when he saw Manager Su, who lay on the ground while seeming to be on his last breath, Du Xiu took a deep breath, and then he summoned the courage to go before Elder Qin and kneel down before he said, "Elder Qin, please uphold justice for us." Elder Qin frowned when he heard this. He glanced coldly at Du Xiu before he turned around to look at the others in the surroundings, and then he said, "Tell me the sequence of events. Don't worry, no one can threaten all of you with me here. However, if you conceal anything, then don't blame me for showing no mercy." Du Xiu's heart jerked when he heard this, and his countenance turned ghastly pale. He knew that this elder before him intended to stand on Yang Yi's side. How could all the labor disciples dare conceal anything? They immediately described everything that occurred before this. Moreover, some labor disciples recalled Elder Qin's attitude towards Yang Yi just now, and they knew that it might be a chance to topple Manager Su. So, they immediately spoke of everything Manager Su had done in the past, and it was even to the extent that some exaggerated a little bit. When they heard all of these labor disciples, the countenance of Du Xiu's group of 3 turned terrifyingly deathly pale while their bodies shivered. They knew that they were finished this time. Yang Yi glanced indifferently at the 3 of them before walking to Manager Zu's side, and he took the envelope and letter in Manager Zu's possession before placing it behind his clothes near his chest. After he listened to everyone, Elder Qin's expression turned gloomy, and he looked at Du Xiu that had already collapsed to the ground before he said coldly, "I never expected this. I truly never expected this." All the outer court elders and disciples were busy cultivating, so no one paid any attention to the labor peak. Yet I never expected that the labor peak would have actually fallen to this pair of uncle and nephew. Both of you are really extremely audacious. Please spare our lives, elder. Please spare our lives, elder. Du Xiu's group of 3 immediately knelt before Elder Qian and begged for mercy. Please spare our lives, elder. We don't dare to do it again. We won't dare to do it again. At this moment, Du Xiu's group of 3 were filled with regret, and they regretted offending Yang Yi. If they knew that Yang Yi was already a profounder, then no matter how bold they were, they wouldn't dare offend Yang Yi. Elder Qian grunted coldly, and he said in a cold voice, from now onwards, Manager Su isn't the manager of the labor peak any longer. All 4 of you will head to Star or Mountain to mine for 10 years, and everything obtained from this mining will be handed over to the sect. After those 10 years, you'll be expelled from the sword sect and prohibited from entering the sword sect again. As soon as he finished speaking, he nodded to Yang Yi that had been silent all this time, and then he stretched out his hand to grab Yang Yi's shoulder. After that, Elder Qian's figure flashed, and the 2 of them had vanished from the canteen. When they heard Elder Qian, all the nearby labor disciples instantly started cheering, whereas Du Xiu's group of 3 directly fainted because the 4 of them would have to work like slaves for the sword sect for 10 years. 1. In Chinese culture, the reverse scale refers to the single scale growing in the reverse direction near a dragon's throat, and it's said to enrage the dragon before it immediately kills one that touches that scale. Chapter 7: The Outer Court Rankings. The Training Grounds. Yang Yi and Elder Qian walked side by side, even though it was already night, but under the illumination of the moonlight stones and the surroundings, the training grounds were bright as day. Suddenly, Elder Qian stopped and looked at Yang Yi before he said, Yang Yi, did you ever feel resentment towards me when I reduced you to a labor disciple that day? Yang Yi shook his head and said, Elder Qian, if it wasn't for you, then my younger sister and mother would have probably already fallen into the Liu clan's hands. I do have resentment in my heart, but it's only to my own self. At that time, I didn't live up to Elder Qian's expectations and caused Elder Qian to be ridiculed by others just like I had. It was I that disappointed Elder Qian. Yang Yi would never forget the scenes of those outer court elders ridiculing him and Elder Qian. When he was unable to become a profounder even after a year, those outer court elders and outer court disciples had given him a resounding nickname. Moreover, they even ridiculed Elder Qian by calling him old, unable to see properly, and said head brought back a piece of trash for the sword sect. It could be said that he was the laughingstock amongst the outer court disciples, and because of him, Elder Qian became the laughingstock amongst the outer court elders. When he heard Yang Yi, Elder Qian patted Yang Yi on the shoulder and said, All right, all of that is already past, and you don't have to make a fuss about it. I never imagined that you would actually possess profound energy of the 5 elements, and it would even be gold element profound energy. Come, let's head to the outer court peak now. I intend to reinstate your status as an outer court disciple. Let me see who dares call you a piece of trash now. Elder Qian, I want to participate in the outer court exam that's being held a month from now. I'll use my strength to tell them that I'm not a piece of trash, and Elder Qian's perception is the best in the sword sect. Yang Yi looked at Elder Qian as he spoke in an extremely serious manner. If he really possessed the profound energy of the 5 elements, then he might really follow Elder Qian to the outer court peak. But the problem was, did he possess gold element profound energy? He didn't want others to know of the secret that was the tiny vortex. Elder Qian was stunned when he heard this, and then he started laughing before he said, Good, good. You have ambition? The sword sect had 2 methods to recruit outer court disciples. The first method was that outer court elders could recruit any 3 disciples at will because all outer court elders had a quota of 3 outer court disciples. The second method was the outer court exam. This was the normal method the sword sect utilized to recruit disciples, and anyone that had attained the 6th rank of the mortal realm before the age of 17 had the qualifications to participate in this exam. The strength and status of outer court disciples chosen from the outer court exam were superior to the outer court disciples recruited by the outer court elders because the exam was extremely stringent. Not only did one have to possess a formidable strength, one also had to possess a formidable comprehension ability and natural talent. It could be said that the former was taking the back door while the later was becoming an outer court disciple by relying on one's own strength. So, the status of the former was far inferior to the latter in the sword sect. Elder Qian thought for a moment and then withdrew a small pouch from his pocket. He passed it to Yang Yi and said, "It's very good that you have ambition. There are 10 energy stones and meridian shield pills here. The energy stones will allow you to quickly absorb profound energy, whereas meridian shield pills can protect your meridians from injury." As he gazed at the small pouch, Yang Yi hesitated before he received it and said seriously, "Elder Qian, don't worry. It'll definitely not disappoint you this time." He didn't refuse Elder Qian's good intentions because he did indeed require cultivation resources now. Otherwise, with his current speed of cultivation, it would definitely be impossible for him to attain the 6th rank of the mortal realm before he was 17. Elder Qian smiled as he nodded, and then he said, "I believe that the speed of cultivation of someone that possesses the profound energy of the 5 elements is extremely swift. I don't know what the problem in your body was in the past, but it seems like there are no more problems now. Cultivate properly and strive to obtain the top 10 positions in the outer court exam, and allow those old fellows to see who the true piece of trash is." As he finished speaking, Elder Qian's voice carried a trace of anger. Even though he had a good temper, when he thought of looks on those outer court elders at that time, he was still slightly angry. "The first 10 positions?" Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "What? You aren't confident in your ability to obtain that?" Elder Qian spoke with a smile. Yang Yi shook his head. How could he not be confident? His target wasn't to become an outer court disciple, and his true target was to become an inner court disciple. In the past, he didn't dare have extravagant hopes of becoming an inner court disciple, but now that he possessed that mysterious tiny vortex in his dantian and coupled with his own hard work, he believed that he would definitely be able to become an inner court disciple. Of course, I had to first become an outer court disciple before he had the qualifications to participate in the inner court exam. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then he said, "Elder Qian, I have something to ask of you." "What is it?" Elder Qian spoke with curiosity. Yang Yi told Elder Qian about the South B city's Lu clan targeting his younger sister. Originally, he intended to rely on his own ability to deal with the Lu clan, yet now, his strength was still insufficient, and he still needed time. So, he could only entrust Elder Qian with taking care of it. Elder Qian went silent for a moment when he heard Yang Yi, and then he said, "If I'm not wrong, that Lu Qingyu who recently joined the outer court is a disciple of the Lu clan. And that's the reason why the Lu clan dared to disregard my warning from that day and started to target your family again." Lu Qingyu? When he heard Yang Yi repeat this name, Elder Qian's expression became slightly serious, and he said, "He's a disciple of the Lu clan that recently became an outer court disciple after attaining the 3rd position in the outer court exam. After cultivating for a single month, he was ranked at the 29th position on the outer court rankings. Supposedly, some inner court elders have already started to pay attention to him." 29th on the outer court rankings? Yang Yi's expression became serious as well. The outer court rankings was a ranking of the strengths possessed by the outer court disciples in the sword sect. There were a few thousands of outer court disciples, and there were countless experts amongst them. Supposedly, the strengths of the experts on the top 10 positions of the outer court rankings were already on par with outer court elders. So, since Lu Qingyu was able to be ranked at the 29th position in a short period of a month, it was sufficient to display his natural talent and strength. "Don't worry, we'll make a trip to South P City," Elder Qian said. "That Lu Qingyu still isn't an inner court disciple now, and the Lu clan will still give me some face. However, if that Lu Qingyu passes through the inner court exam that's held in 3 months from now to become an inner court disciple, then at that time, the Lu clan might not fear me at all." Yang Yi bowed to Elder Qian when he heard this, and he said, "Thank you, Elder Qian." Yang Yi knew that once Lu Qingyu became an inner court disciple, then the status of an outer court elder would be utterly insufficient to restrain him at all. At that time, with the cultivation resources of an inner court disciple, Lu Qingyu's strength would definitely improve even more swiftly, whereas the Lu clan would definitely act in an even more unbridled manner within South P City. If he wanted to make the Liu clan feel fearful, then he had to possess strength and an identity that was more formidable than Liu Qingyu. In other words, he only had 3 months of time now. If he was unable to surpass Liu Qingyu within 3 months of time, then the situation his mother and younger sister were in would be dangerous. Kid, since Liu Qingyu was able to ascend to the 29th position of the outer court rankings, it represents that he has become a first heaven realm expert. You must work hard, otherwise, not to mention protecting your family, even protecting your own life would be a problem. Elder Qian spoke a low voice. A first heaven realm expert. Yang Ye's pupils constricted while he clenched his fists tightly. It was common knowledge that the realm beneath the first heaven realm was the mortal realm. The mortal realm was divided into the first until 9th rank, and the first heaven realm was after the 9th rank of the mortal realm. There was an extremely enormous gap between experts at the mortal realm and the first heaven realm because even if everything else was disregarded, the first heaven profound energy barrier possessed by experts at the first heaven realm wasn't something that experts at the mortal realm could break through. The first heaven realm? Huh? It looks like I have to work even harder. Yang Yi clenched his fists tightly while he revealed a firm expression. Elder Qian nodded with a smile when he noticed Yang Yi wasn't terrified by the first heaven realm. Besides Yang Yi's loyalty to his loved ones, the reason had given one of the 3 spots he possessed to Yang Yi was because of Yang Yi's firm nature. In the path towards the martial Tao, besides formidable natural talent, it required nature and disposition like Yang Yi's. After he bid his farewells to Elder Qian, it was already deep in the night. Yang Yi didn't continue cultivating in Cool Breeze Gorge, and he returned to his own room before taking out the 5-element talisman marking technique and studying it. If he were able to create talismans, then it would definitely be extremely helpful towards his strength. After all, the effects of those talismans were extraordinary. As he looked through the introduction of those talismans within the 5-element talisman marking technique, Yang Yi felt more and more shocked the more he read because the effects of some talismans were truly too formidable. For example, a talisman called the Spirit Gathering Talisman was actually capable of allowing others to swiftly absorb profound energy. Even though it only lasted for 4 hours, it was already extremely formidable. There was also a type of strength talisman that was capable of allowing one's strength to multiply a few times for 2 hours. Moreover, there were many others as well. After looking through it for a while, Yang Yi was finally unable to restrain himself, and he decided to create a talisman. He didn't choose those difficult talismans, and he chose the strength talisman instead. His way of thinking was good, but only when he started did Yang Yi notice that creating talismans was much more difficult than had imagined. However, Yang Yi wasn't discouraged, and he tried over and over again. In the next few days, because of Elder Qian, the new manager of the labor peak acted very wisely and didn't distribute any work to Yang Yi. So, Yang Yi had much more time, and every single day, he was either cultivating bitterly in Cool Breeze Gore or studying the talisman marking technique. On this day, while Yang Yi was studying the 5-element talisman marking technique in his room, a labor disciple arrived at Yang Yi's room. This labor disciple had a solemn expression and said, "Big brother Yang, there's something I must notify you of." "What is it?" Yang Yi was puzzled because he didn't know this person at all. Even though Du Xiao and the others were eliminated because of him and these labor disciples were usually very polite to him, he didn't have any relationship with these labor disciples. When he heard Yang Yi, that labor disciple hesitated for a moment before he said, "Big brother Yang, Du Xiao's cousin brother seems to be about to return." Because of Yang Yi, everyone within Labor Peak didn't suffer the oppression of Du Xiao any longer. So, all of these labor disciples had a good impression of Yang Yi, and they didn't wish that Yang Yi would suffer any mishaps. Du Xiao's cousin brother? Yang Yi frowned. He knew that Du Xiao's cousin brother was an outer court disciple. Could it be that he intends to come looking for trouble with me? The labor disciple nodded and said, "Big brother Yang, the others asked me to notify you that Du Xiao's cousin brother is supposedly already an expert at the 8th rank of the mortal realm. After he returns, if he finds out that Du Xiao and the others were sent to Star or Mountain because of you, then he'll definitely come looking for trouble with you. You have to mentally prepare yourself." The 8th rank of the mortal realm? Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he pondered deeply for a short moment. After that, He withdrew 50 gold coins and passed it to the labor disciple before him and said, "Thanks for all of your kind intentions. Though be careful. This is 50 gold coins. Don't refuse it, and take it. If there's any other important information next time, then you can come notify me about it." There were a few thousand disciples on Labor Peak, and they were scattered all around the mountain. So, they were able to hear many things every single day. It could be said that these labor disciples were in possession of a large amount of information, and if they became his eyes and ears, then it would absolutely be an enormous help to him. After he received the 50 gold coins, the labor disciple said with excitement, "Don't worry, big brother Yang. If there's any news related to you in the future or any important information, we'll definitely notify you at the first possible moment." As soon as he finished speaking, he left the room. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed after he saw the labor disciple leave the room, and he said in a low voice, "The 8th rank of the mortal realm. I'm only at the 4th rank of the mortal realm now. Looks like I have to continue working hard." Chapter 8 Life and Death Arena. Half a month later. Pop, pop, pop. Cool breeze gorge. A young man in green clothes stood on an enormous rock while holding a tree branch that was around a meter long and thick like an index finger while ceaselessly stabbing it forward, flicking it diagonally, slashing vertically, and slicing horizontally. Every single time the young man swung the branch, it would cause a light pop from the air being torn apart to resound. Moreover, as the young man increased the speed of these actions, the light sounds of the air being torn apart started to resound like firecrackers on the enormous rock. At a certain point in time, the young man's eyes focused before he tossed the branch in his hand towards a large tree in the distance. The branch was extremely swift, and everywhere it passed, numerous light sounds of the air being torn apart resounded without end. The brand had practically traversed a distance of over 10 meters within the time of 2 breaths to arrive before the large tree. Bang! The branch penetrated through the lower parts of the tree's trunk that required 3 people holding hands together to embrace it. After that, it penetrated through a second tree, and when it successively penetrated through 5 trees, the branch finally stopped in the 6th tree. As he looked at the small holes on those trees, the young man said in a low voice, "With the energy stones and meridian shield pills Elder Qin gave me and coupled with the ceaseless tempering of my light golden profound energy, the strength of my body is countless times stronger than before. It's just a pity that I've completely consumed all 10 energy stones and the meridian shield pills." The young man was naturally Yang Yi. In this half a month of time, amongst the 24 hours within a day, had practically spent 20 hours on cultivating. Under such hard work, he hadn't just improved his cultivation to the 6th rank of the mortal realm. Even his basic sword technique from the sword sect had been cultivated to perfection. The sword sect's basic sword technique wasn't anything rare, and every single outer court disciple would get one. Besides Yang Yi, practically no outer court disciple within the sword sect would cultivate such a common technique. After all, no matter how formidable one's basic sword technique was, how could it compare to those sword techniques that were ranked? In the past, Yang Yi had such thoughts as well. However, after he was reduced to a labor disciple, he had no choice and could only choose to cultivate in the basic sword technique. After cultivating in it for 2 years, and along with the ceaseless strengthening of his cultivation and physical strength, had become more and more skilled in the basic sword technique, and Yang Yi felt that this sword technique seemed to be not as useless as everyone thought. This sword technique was a technique that contained simple moves like stabbing, slashing, sweeping, chopping, and upward slashes. However, under his ceaseless practice throughout these 2 years of time, these simple moves had already become not so simple. Just like that scene from before, every single swing of his sword caused a light sound of the air being torn apart. This sort of effect was something that even some yellow rank sword techniques within the sword sect were unable to attain. So, Yang Yi decided to continue practicing it diligently as he wanted to see where the limits of the basic sword technique were. Yang Yi raised his head to gaze at the sky to determine the time. When he noticed it was high noon, Yang Yi patted his hands together and said in a low voice, "I must successfully craft a strength talisman today." Within the 5-element talisman marking technique Bauer gave him, the method of crafting the strength talisman wasn't very complicated. After all, it was only a basic talisman. However, to a newbie like Yang Yi that had just come into contact with talismans and didn't possess the guidance of anyone, it was already extremely complicated. In this half a month of time, he hadn't succeeded a single time, and the main reason was that he'd been too impatient at the beginning. With the experiences derived from his failures during this time, Yang Yi had become smarter. In the last week, he hadn't tried to draw the strength talisman, and had studied the strength talisman for a week instead. Had forcefully committed to memory all the pathways and especially important parts of the strength talisman. Yang Yi recalled all the details of the strength talisman. After a short while, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the enormous rock and withdrew the talisman paper and talisman brush Bauer had given him. After that, he withdrew the dark beast blood and spirit herb sap Bauer gave him. Once had prepared everything, Yang Yi moved from a sitting position to a crawling position instead, and then he held his breath in concentration. After a short while, the light golden profound energy within his body slowly poured into the talisman brush, and then he started to draw according to the method of crafting a strength talisman within his mind. As he held the talisman brush, Yang Yi carefully moved it on the talisman paper, and traces of light golden profound energy from within his body flowed into the talisman paper via the talisman brush. After numerous lines of light golden profound energy entered the talisman paper, they instantly started crawling about like numerous little worms. When he saw this, Yang Yi hurriedly utilized the talisman brush to guide them to form all sorts of strange shapes. During this entire process, Yang Yi didn't even dare breathe heavily, and he was fully concentrated on slowly guiding the talisman brush on the talisman paper. After 15 minutes of this, a light golden shape of a flame gradually appeared on the talisman paper, and after another 15 minutes, Yang Yi lifted the brush while a light golden flame had appeared on the talisman paper. Yang Yi took a deep breath when he saw the flame had taken form, and his expression relaxed. Of course, this wasn't the end because had only finished the first step, and there was another step, a step that was of utmost importance. Imbuing spirit into the talisman. The process of imbuing spirit into the talisman was to imbue the spirit herb sap and dark beast blood into the talisman paper and utilize the two of them combined with the energy of the heavens and the earth to allow the talisman to possess spirit. This step was the most difficult and had failed once a month ago, because he had to draw the flame once more while utilizing the dark beast blood, spirit herb sap, and his own light golden profound energy at the same time. If he failed during this entire process, then the entire talisman would be a failure. Yang Yi took a deep breath and tried to make himself calm down. After a short moment, he picked up a white jade bottle and poured out a drop of liquid from it onto the talisman. Then he quickly picked up another white jade bottle, poured out a drop of dark beast blood. Once the 2 drops of liquid had dropped onto the talisman, Yang Yi hurriedly circulated the profound energy within his body and forcefully mixed the 2 drops of liquid. The 2 drops of liquid mixed without any difficulty under the effect of Yang Yi's light golden profound energy, and then Yang Yi hurriedly held the talisman brush and guided the liquid according to the pathways of the flame. This process was said to be the most difficult because Yang Yi had to utilize his profound energy to envelop the 2 drops of liquid during this entire process, and this carried extremely strict requirements towards one's control of soul energy and profound energy. During this entire process, the slightest bit of carelessness or the inability to completely imbue the talisman with spirit in one go would cause the crafting of the talisman to fail. Because once the dark beast blood and spirit herb sap weren't enveloped by profound energy, then they would instantly separate. Once the 2 of them separated, the flame on the entire talisman would definitely be thrown into disorder. At that time, everything Yang Yi had accomplished before this would be in vain. Numerous droplets of cold sweat ceaselessly appeared on his forehead. Yet Yang Yi didn't even dare blink as he was deeply afraid that his drawing would become slanted while he blinked. Just like this, after drawing carefully for around 30 minutes, a smile gradually appeared on Yang Yi's face, and the excitement in his eyes was impossible to conceal. After another 15 minutes, Yang Yi suddenly raised his brush. As soon as the brush left the talisman paper, the flame on the talisman paper instantly emanated a light golden flaming glow just like a real flame, and the entire flame was lifelike and seemed real as it resided on the talisman paper. "I've finally succeeded," I finally succeeded. I, Yang Yi, am a grade 1 talisman master as well, ha ha ha. As he gazed at the flame on the talisman paper, Yang Yi couldn't help but roar excitedly with laughter. Based on the 5-element talisman marking technique that Bauer gave him, Yang Yi possessed some basic information about talisman masters. Talisman masters were just like profounders, and they were divided by realms as well. The 1st grade to the 5th grade were grades related to inscribing talismans, and it was the basic crafting of talismans. The realms after grade 5 talisman master was Spirit Talisman Master, Earth Talisman Master, Heaven Talisman Master, Immortal Talisman Master, and Divine Talisman Master. The first 5 grades were related to inscribing talismans, and one gained a grade for every talisman one could successfully craft. If one was able to craft 5 basic talismans and achieve mastery of all 5 elements, then one had attained the 5th grade. Yang Yi had successfully crafted a strength talisman now, so he could be considered as a grade 1 talisman master. Yang Yi suppressed the excitement in his heart and picked up the strength talisman on the rock. He observed it for some time before a wisp of surprise appeared in his eyes, and he said in a low voice, "Talismans are divided into the defective grade, low grade, mid-grade, high grade, and top grade. This strength talisman of mine caused the flame to seem like it's alive, and it ought to be considered a high-grade talisman. However, didn't the scroll say that the possibility of crafting a high-grade talisman is extremely low? Could it be that it's because of my light golden profound energy?" Yang Yi found out from the introduction within the 5-element talisman marking technique that talismans were divided by grades as well, and talismans of different grades had different effects as well. For example, a low-grade strength talisman was at most capable of increasing the user's strength by 50%. A mid-grade strength talisman increased it by around 100%, whereas a high-grade talisman was able to increase it by 300%. As for a top-grade strength talisman, it was able to increase the user's strength by 6 or 7 times. Even though the effects of high-grade and top-grade talismans were shocking, the difficulty of crafting them was extremely great as well. The possibility of successfully crafting a high-grade talisman was extraordinarily low, so had never expected that this talisman of his would actually be at the top grade. Could it be that I'm really an extraordinary genius? Yang Yi was bewildered. Looks like I have to ask Bauer about it in the future. Yang Yi stopped thinking about this problem. He gazed at the strength talisman in his hand, while the corners of his mouth raised slightly to form a wisp of a strange smile. If I fight someone in the future, then under the circumstances there isn't much of a gap in our strength. He'll definitely be able to make my opponent die a grievous death if I suddenly slapped a talisman on myself. When he thought up to here, the smile on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth grew wider, and he smiled with slight complacency. After a short moment, he carefully put away the strength talisman before walking towards the exit of Cool Breeze Gorge. After he left Cool Breeze Gorge, Yang Yi arrived at the training grounds. As soon as he arrived here, he was stopped by a disciple in green clothes. This young man was around 17 or 18 years old, and there was a tiny outer inscribed on the left shoulder of his green clothes. This was the symbol of an outer court disciple. As he gazed at this green-clothed young man that revealed killing intent towards him, Yang Yi knew that this person before him was probably Du Xiu's cousin brother, Duan Jun, who had attained the 8th rank of the mortal realm. When they saw Yang Yi being stopped by Duan Jun, some of the nearby labor disciples instantly shook their heads and sighed. Because of Yang Yi, all the labor disciples on Labor Peak weren't bullied by Du Xiu and the others any longer, so they had a good impression of Yang Yi. Now, Du Xiu's cousin brother had returned from the mortal world, so the consequences Yang Yi faced were obvious. Duan Jun gazed at Yang Yi as well while his eyes flickered with ghastly and cold-killing intent. When he returned here from the mortal world today, he noticed that Du Xiu and Manager Su had actually been sent to Star or Mountain, and the culprit was actually this labor disciple who was standing before him. After all the labor disciples of the Sword Sect and even some outer court disciples were clearly aware that Du Xiu was his cousin brother and Manager Su was his subordinate. One had to consider the status of the master before beating a dog, and this person before him had slapped him on the face without disguising it at all. Moreover, most importantly, Du Xiu and Manager Su had to give over 10,000 gold coins to him every single year. Only with this wealth would he be able to buy even more cultivation resources. Yet now, This source of wealth was gone because of this person standing before him. Over 10,000 gold coins, that was his main source of wealth, and even his heart was bleeding because of this. When he thought up to here, Duan Jun's eyes narrowed before he said, "Trash, is the cousin brother of Duan Jun, someone you can bully? Die." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed while his palm slapped towards Yang Ye's face. When he noticed Duan Jun attacking directly and even directly executing a lethal strike, Yang Ye's face sank, and he shouted in a low voice while his fist smashed down towards Duan Jun's palm. Bang! The palm and fist collided. Yang Yi took 3 steps back while Duan Jun similarly took 3 steps back. In their first collision, the two of them were equally matched. A wisp of surprise flashed past Duan Jun's eyes when he noticed himself being forced back by Yang Yi, and he sized Yang Yi up before he said, "You're already a profounder? But so what if you are? I only utilized 10% of my strength just now, so it's time to die now." As he spoke, the profound energy in his body surged while he was prepared to attack once more and annihilate Yang Yi. Wait! Yang Yi took a step forward and gazed at Duan Jun, while his eyes similarly flickered with killing intent. Because Duan Jun was aware that Du Xiao and the others had been punished by Elder Qian, yet he didn't dare to look for trouble with Elder Qian, so he came looking for Yang Yi instead. Moreover, he executed a lethal strike as soon as he attacked, and this caused Yang Yi to be infuriated. "What? You intend to beg for mercy?" Duan Jun said with ridicule. "If you knew this would happen, then why act in that way? Even though my cousin brother was only a labor disciple, he wasn't someone a piece of trash like you can bully. Now, kowtow 1,000 times to me and shout loudly that you were wrong, and then get the fuck out of the sword sect. Then, maybe I can consider sparing your life. I challenge you to a battle on the life and death arena." Yang Yi stared at Duan Jun in the eyes as he spoke with a firm tone. Silence, deathly silence. All the labor disciples in the surroundings and Duan Jun himself were stunned. A labor disciple challenged an outer court disciple? And it's even on the life and death arena? Chapter 9 Gamble. As its name implied, the life and death arena was a place where life and death were decided. It was impossible to avoid enmity between the disciples of any sect. So, since something had occurred, then it should be dealt with in the right way. The reason the sword sect had established this life and death arena was to deal with the enmity between disciples. Once an irreconcilable enmity appeared between disciples, then they could challenge the other party. Of course, the challenger couldn't be more than 2 cultivation ranks higher than the person being challenged. Yang Yi originally didn't intend to issue such a challenge to the life and death arena, but when he saw Duan Jun strike a lethal attack against him, he knew that Duan Jun didn't intend to let him off at all. On the other hand, once he fought Duan Jun on the spot, then no matter if he won or lost, he would still suffer a loss. If he lost, then it was obvious Duan Jun could torture and kill him. If he won, then not only would he be unable to obtain any benefits, he would even be unable to kill Duan Jun. It was even to the extent that he would be in trouble by just injuring Duan Jun. After all, he was only a labor disciple now. Only at the life and death arena would he be in a fair situation against Duan Jun, and he would be able to kill Duan Jun. Haha. After he returned to his senses, Duan Jun roared with laughter as he pointed at Yang Yi, and he revealed undisguised disdain and said, "I'm going to die of laughter. The number 1 piece of trash in history actually challenged me on the life and death arena? On what basis are you issuing this challenge? Because you're the number 1 piece of trash in history?" Yang Yi was completely indifferent towards Duan Jun's disdain, and he said, "According to the rules of the sword sect, when someone of lower cultivation challenges someone with higher cultivation, then that person can't refuse. Of course, you can refuse me if you insist. However, in that way, the sword sect will probably start spreading news of how you, Duan Jun, didn't even dare to accept the challenge of a labor disciple. I know you're provoking me." Duan Jun laughed coldly and said, "However, I accept your challenge. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll smash all the bones in your body, one by one, on the life and death arena and in front of everyone within the sword sect. I'll allow everyone to understand that a piece of trash will only be a piece of trash. Even if you become a profounder, you'll still be a piece of trash. Are you done? If you're done, then he'll see you on the life and death arena. Yang Yi glanced indifferently at Duan Jun, and then he turned around and walked towards the life and death arena. When he saw Yang Yi's casual appearance, the killing intent in Duan Jun's eyes grew denser. A piece of trash like you is trying to act like an expert. Yang Yi hadn't just destroyed his source of wealth. Yang Yi had even challenged him in public now. He felt that being challenged by a labor disciple was a humiliation to him. They'll make you suffer. Yang Yi challenged an outer court disciple to a battle on the life and death arena. Come, let's go quickly to watch it. What? Are you sure? Yang Yi challenged an outer court disciple? Is something wrong with him in the head? It's you that have something wrong in your head. Your whole family has something wrong within them in the head. Just a moment ago, the cousin brother of that bastard Du Xiu went looking for trouble with Yang Yi. Yet he never imagined that Yang Yi had already become a profounder. Moreover, he challenged Du Xiu's cousin brother on the spot. Now, they've already headed to the life and death arena. You should go over quickly. Yang Yi is already a profounder? Nice. Let's go cheer for Yang Yi. Outer court peak. What? A labor disciple challenged one of us outer court disciples? It's even that number one piece of trash in history? Are you sure? Isn't that number one piece of trash in history not even a profounder? I don't know. In any case, they've already headed to the life and death arena. Let's go over quickly. If we're too late, then that labor disciple would be killed already, and we wouldn't be able to watch the show. We'll go notify the others. A labor disciple challenged one of us outer court disciples? It's even at the life and death arena? He really has an exaggerated opinion of his ability. Come, let's go see how one of our outer court disciples teaches him a lesson. In next to no time, the news of Yang Yi challenging an outer court disciple had swiftly swept through the labor peak and outer court peak like a plague, and the few thousand labor disciples and few hundred outer court disciples rushed to the life and death arena. On the life and death arena, an old man that wore a green and white robe looked at Yang Yi and the green-clothed man. However, the old man's gaze had mostly descended onto Yang Yi. The old man was called Chao Hua, and he was an outer court elder of the sword sect that managed the enforcement team in the outer court. In the past, Head witnessed numerous battles on the life and death arena, yet it was still the first time Head witnessed a labor disciple challenge an outer court disciple. Chao Hua waved his right hand, causing two crystalline energy stones to float towards Yang Yi and Duan Jun, and he said, "There are no rules on the life and death arena, and both of you can utilize any methods. For the sake of fairness, both of you should fully replenish the profound energy within your bodies now, and then begin." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's figure flashed towards the side. "You're dead." Duan Jun gazed at Yang Yi and spoke indifferently. Yang Yi didn't reply. He walked over to the nearby weapon rack instead, and he chose a sword from amongst them. The sword was 1.5 m long, 2 fingers broad, and forged from ordinary iron that was refined 100 times. It wasn't anything good, and it was unranked. Green Hornet Sword, low-grade yellow rank, capable of slicing iron like mud. Meanwhile, a sword appeared in Duan Jun's hand. He looked at Yang Yi and said, "But don't worry, I won't kill you. It'll sever the tendons in your arms and legs, smash the bones in your entire body, and then dispatch someone to send you back to your home so that you and your family can endure your pain together. What do you think? Benevolent, right?" Yang Yi casually swung the sword in his hand, and then he said indifferently, "Don't worry, it'll be benevolent to you as well." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi sat cross-legged and absorbed the energy within the energy stone. Duan Jun's eyes flickered with ghastly and cold-killing intent, and then he sat down cross-legged and absorbed the energy within the energy stone as well. At this moment, over 100 outer court disciples were looking at Yang Yi and the green-clothed man from a spot outside the life and death arena. One of them, with an oblong face, said to the outer court disciple by his side, "Jiang Qiushui, Duan Jun is at the 8th rank of the mortal realm. I don't know what's the cultivation of that labor disciple, but I bet that Duan Jun will definitely take his head within 10 moves. I bet it'll be 5 moves." The man called Jiang Qiushui looked at the man with an oblong face and said, "20 energy stones. Do you dare to take me up on this bet?" You think so lowly of that labor disciple? The man with an oblong face spoke with a smile. He entered the sect for 2 years, yet he has only become a profounder now. Is such a piece of trash worthy of me thinking highly of him? Jiang Qiushui said with disdain. How about it? I'll bet 20 energy stones that Duan Jun will take his head in 5 moves. Dare to take my bet? Why not? The man with an oblong face roared with laughter. Since that labor disciple dared to challenge Duan Jun, then he definitely possesses some ability. I don't believe that he wouldn't even be able to resist 10 moves. Does anyone else want to make a bet? I bet on 5 moves. I bet on 10 moves. I bet 50 energy stones that labor disciple will win. Right at this moment, a clear and resounding voice that seemed immature resounded. All the outer court disciples were stunned. When they turned around to look, they saw a little girl around the age of 14 or 15 grinning as she looked at them. The little girl wore a light yellow dress with flower patterns, and it covered her slender figure that had started to take shape. She had willow leaf-shaped brows, small cherry lips, and a pair of lively eyes that frequently spun about and revealed a strand of slyness. The little girl was none other than Bauer from the Talisman Peak. She had especially come to look for Yang Yi today, yet she never expected that Yang Yi would actually get in a fight with someone. Not had she imagined that these fellows before her would actually look down upon Yang Yi. She knew how formidable Yang Yi was, and Yang Yi possessed profound energy of the 5 elements. When all the outer court disciples noticed that it was a little girl, they were slightly surprised. Even though the little girl was young, they were still able to imagine the peerless elegance she would possess once she matured. Moreover, some of their eyes even revealed a wisp of a lustful glow. When she noticed some of them had such detestable gazes, Bauer grunted coldly, and then she withdrew a stack of talismans before walking over to Jiang Qiushui and the others. She said, I want to bet with you. I bet that little laborer will win. Jiang Qiushui was stunned. However, when he saw the stack of talismans in Bauer's hand, Jiang Qiushui was instantly stunned on the spot. He returned to his senses after a long time, and his originally cold and proud expression had become zealous as he asked in a light voice, You're from the Talisman Peak? Meanwhile, all the other outer court disciples had noticed the stack of talismans in Bauer's hand. Those were talismans that only the experts ranked in the top 10 of the outer court rankings had the qualifications to receive from the Talisman Peak. All of their gazes burned with desire. Bauer grunted and said, Yes, I bet that labor disciple will win. Are all of you betting of not? She really disliked these people because not only did they look down upon the little laborer, they even gazed at her with that type of detestable gazes, so she intended to win away all of their cultivation resources. She intends to be that labor disciple will win? All of the outer court disciples glanced at each other when they heard this. Is something wrong with this little girl's head? She actually wants to bet that the labor disciple will win. After all, Duan Jun was already at the 8th rank of the mortal realm, whereas the labor disciple was at most at the 4th or 5th rank of the mortal realm. So, would he be able to defeat Duan Jun? When they thought up to here, all of them glanced at each other before they utterly revealed undisguised greed from their eyes. Jiang Qiushui's eyes flickered, and then he said, We can bet with you. However, you have to be the broker because all of us are betting that the labor disciples loses. What do you think? Bauer thought for a moment, and then she said, All right, all of you place your bets. I can accept bets of any sizes. Jiang Qiushui suppressed the excitement in his heart and continued. Look, there are a few hundreds of us. That's quite a huge sum. If you lose, then... Bauer naturally knew what Jiang Qiushui meant. She immediately raised her brows before withdrawing a pile of talismans from within the small pouch before her and said, Oh, there are around 20 talismans here, and all of them are at the mid-grade. Every single one of them can be sold for around 500 energy stones. If I lose, then I'll use that to pay my debts. Is that all right? Mid-grade talismans? As they gazed at the talismans in Bauer's hand, all of their eyes burned extremely brightly with greed. Every single mid-grade talisman wasn't something that merely 500 energy stones could buy. If they got it and sold it, then even getting 1,000 energy stones wouldn't be a problem. This time, there was no need for Jiang Qiushui to say anything, and all the outer court disciples hurriedly nodded and agreed. It was a rare occurrence that someone generous would come to give them free wealth, so if they didn't grab it, then they would suffer the wrath of the heavens. I bet 500 energy stones. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiushui spoke abruptly. I don't have so many energy stones with me now, so you can remember the amount for now. If I lose, then I'll definitely give it to you. We're all outer court disciples, so we don't deceive you. When they heard Jiang Qiushui, all the labor disciples were stunned. 500 energy stones wasn't a small amount. After all, they were only able to obtain 20 energy stones every single month. So, did Jiang Qiushui really possess so many? Just as those outer court disciples thought, Jiang Qiushui really didn't possess 500 energy stones. However, he wasn't afraid. Because was it possible for that labor disciple to win? The answer was absolutely impossible. Bauer thought for a moment and said, "All right, all of you place your bets as well. They'll remember it all for all of you." She wasn't afraid that these fellows would go back on their word because no one in the sword sect dared to take advantage of her. They'll add another 2,000 energy stones. When he heard that they could be owed, for now, Jiang Qiushui immediately added another 2,000 energy stones. He would definitely not forgive himself, even he didn't take advantage of such a generous person. When they heard Bauer agree to allow Jiang Qiushui to owe her for now, a commotion arose amongst the other disciples, and then they immediately placed their bids. They'll bet 1,000 energy stones as well. They'll bet 800. They'll bet 2,000. When she saw all of them placing their bets, Bauer smiled to the point her eyes narrowed, and then she hurriedly withdrew a brush to note down all their bets. In her opinion, it was best if Yang Yi was able to win, and it was fine even if he lost. At any rate, not only were there a huge amount of such talismans in the Talisman Peak, even she herself could craft them as well. Chapter 10 Basic Sword Technique. On the life and death arena, at a certain moment in time, both of them opened their eyes at the exact same moment before their gazes collided. Duan Jun's eyes flashed with undisguised ghastly killing intent, whereas Yang Ye's eyes were calm and tranquil. The two of them stood up. Duan Jun waved the green hornet sword in his hand while he revealed a ridiculing smile and said, "Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. It'll allow you to strike 3 moves against me first." Even though Yang Yi was already a profounder, he wasn't afraid. Not only was he at least 2 ranks of cultivation higher than Yang Yi, his weapon and sword technique were things that Yang Yi didn't possess. So, he was prepared to play the role of a cat that was playing with a mouse. Idiot! Yang Yi cursed in his heart while walking towards Duan Jun with sword in hand. When he arrived 2 meters before Duan Jun, Yang Ye's indifferent eyes suddenly flashed with a wisp of a savage expression. In the next moment, Yang Ye's right leg suddenly stomped on the ground and relied on the force of this collision to shoot out like a cannonball and stabbed his sword at Duan Jun. At the place where Yang Ye's foot descended, the hard floorboard there had already completely sunken down now. Yang Yi had utilized his full strength in this strike. At the instant Yang Ye's figure had just charged out, the outer court elder at the bottom of the arena, who was originally on the verge of falling asleep, had suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes revealed a wisp of surprise. At the moment Yang Ye's figure suddenly charged over, Duan Jun's expression changed greatly, and his eyes were filled with terror. At such a close distance and coupled with Yang Ye's sudden charge, he was utterly not in time to dodge or block the attack, and he could only watch as Yang Ye's sword stabbed on his chest. Ding! Yang Ye's sword stabbed at Duan Jun's chest, yet a clear and resounding sound of collision resounded, and then Duan Jun's figure retreated by over 10 steps. Yang Yi frowned when he noticed the sword actually hadn't pierced into Duan Jun's chest, and he didn't pursue Duan Jun and looked at the green-clothed man's chest instead. He saw that a layer of silver light was ceaselessly flickering beneath the green-clothed man's clothes. He's wearing armor. When he thought up to here, Yang Ye's eyes narrowed while the profound energy in his body surged. Duan Jun took a deep breath while he felt a lingering fear in his heart. He glanced at his chest, and he saw that the high-grade yellow-rank armor he wore had already sunken in. What formidable strength! It was at least 500 kilograms of strength. Duan Jun had a solemn expression, and he knew that Head underestimated Yang Yi. In the blink of an eye, Yang Yi had blasted Duan Jun back with a single strike, and it caused all the labor disciples below to explode with an uproar. Moreover, some of their eyes even flickered with a glow of excitement. No matter what, Yang Yi was a labor disciple, and a labor disciple had blasted an outer court disciple back. So, they were naturally excited. Even a lion utilizes its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Yet this Duan Jun actually underestimated his opponent like that. He really is an idiot. Luckily, he was wearing an armor. Jiang Kushui's expression was gloomy as he spoke after watching Duan Jun almost be instantly killed with a single strike. The other outer court disciples by his side nodded in agreement, and they heaved sighs of relief at the same time. They'd placed a good few months of energy stones on Duan Jun, and it was even to the extent that some greedy fellows had placed 1 or 2 years' worth of energy stones on Duan Jun. If Duan Jun lost, then they would truly be unable to endure the consequences. On the other hand, Bauer had clenched her small fists tightly while her eyes flickered with the glow of excitement. I admit that I underestimated you slightly. However, I'll tell you right now, you still have no chance because I'm going to get serious. Duan Jun gazed at Yang Yi while the profound energy within his body circulated slowly, and as his profound energy poured ceaselessly into his sword actually started trembling slightly at this moment. A sword technique? Yang Yi spoke in a low voice when he noticed the light fluctuations being emanated from Duan Jun's sword. After that, the light gold profound energy within his body poured into the sword in his hand. As soon as it entered the sword, a light golden glow instantly flickered into appearance on the sword in his hand. However, this glow was extremely weak, and it was utterly impossible to notice unless one inspected it carefully. Looks like Duan Jun is about to get serious. Jiang Kushui's gloomy expression eased up slightly. This time, Hell determined the outcome with a single strike. Duan Jun intends to utilize the energy split sword technique. A wisp of a smile appeared on an outer court disciple's face. The energy split sword technique is a high-grade yellow rank sword technique. Since Duan Jun dares to utilize it, then it represents that he's able to execute a strand of sword chi. That labor disciple is dead. The energy split sword technique? I never expected that Duan Jun has actually learned it. Hee, that labor disciple is dead. Haha, 300 energy stones. It's sufficient for me to cultivate until the first heaven realm. Haha. Alas, if I knew Duan Jun has already cultivated a sword technique successfully, then I should have increased my bet. It was only 100 energy stones. What a waste. Yeah, what a waste. Seriously, that Duan Jun really concealed his strength. At this moment, the outer court disciples seemed as if they'd already seen piles of energy stones being placed before them. When she noticed the excitement of these outer court disciples, Bauer grunted coldly with dissatisfaction, and then she glanced at Yang Yi while a wisp of worry flashed in her eyes. Suddenly, a savage expression appeared abruptly in Duan Jun's eyes, and he held the sword in his hand before suddenly slashing towards Yang Yi. Energy split sword technique. As soon as his voice resounded, a snow-white strand of sword chi around a meter long shot out explosively towards Yang Yi from the tip of Green Hornet's sword. The speed of the sword chi was extremely swift, and it whistled as it arrived before Yang Yi in practically 2 breaths of time. When the sword chi arrived a meter away from Yang Yi, he moved. His right leg stomped on the ground and relied on the strong repulsive force from this to shoot out swiftly, and at the same time, the sword in his hand stabbed towards the snow-white strand of sword chi. Hiss. Perhaps because the force behind it was so enormous, everywhere Yang Yi's sword passed, numerous fluctuations that were visible to the eye had appeared in the air, and it emanated a sharp sound from the air being torn apart. Waiting for the enemy to attack before reacting to it. When he saw Yang Yi go head-on against it, the outer court elder below the arena said in a light voice, "Interesting. It's the first time I've seen someone cultivate the basic sword technique to perfection. Not bad." Bang! The sword and snow-white sword chi collided with each other, and an explosion resounded. After that, Yang Yi's sword instantly slices through the snow-white sword chi like it was hot oil melting through snow. and then his speed didn't reduce while he instantly arrived before Duan Jun with his sword in hand. After that, under Duan Jun's astounded gaze, the sword swung swiftly towards his right and left legs. Duan Jun's face was covered in disbelief. Never had he imagined that the sword chi he executed would actually be so easily slashed into two by Yang Yi. That was a sword technique. However, before he could recover from his shock, Yang Yi had appeared once more before him, and he was terrified in his heart. He instinctively utilized the sword to block Yang Yi's attack, and then he retreated backward. Ding! Ding! Their swords collided without end and emanated the sounds of metal colliding, and it was like a beautiful musical composition. When they saw Duan Jun being suppressed and ceaselessly retreating, all the labor disciples in the surroundings were utterly stunned. It wasn't just the labor disciples. Even the outer court disciples nearby were stunned. A labor disciple was suppressing an outer court disciple in battle? Is that the #1 piece of trash in history? All the outer court disciples at the side had shocked expressions. Never had they imagined that the sword chi would actually be cut apart by Yang Yi. Exactly what sort of strength and speed would be needed to accomplish that? Originally, they wouldn't care even if Duan Jun lost, but now, if Duan Jun lost, then they wouldn't be able to repay that little girl even if they sold themselves. When she saw Yang Yi slash through the sword chi with a single strike, a smile bloomed on Bauer's face, and her lively eyes flickered with the glow of excitement. In the arena, Yang Yi was actually able to finish Duan Jun since a long time ago, and the reason he hadn't finished Duan Jun was that he was training his sword. He was extremely familiar with the basic sword technique, and he was able to execute it even with his eyes closed. However, he lacked actual combat, and since he had a chance now, he would naturally not let it go. Yang Yi felt more and more relaxed, and his attacks grew more and more smooth as he fought, whereas Duan Jun it grew more and more exhausting and strenuous for Duan Jun. Yang Yi actually merely utilized a few moves through the battle. Even though it was only a few moves, those moves were a great headache to him when utilized in a nimble manner. Moreover, Yang Yi's speed and strength were shocking to him, and had never imagined that the basic sword technique actually possessed such might. It's about time to end it, as he sensed himself being more and more skilled in the basic sword technique. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth curled up into an arc. After that, the sword in his hand sped up, and he launched a ferocious attack against Duan Jun. When he saw Yang Yi suddenly attack ferociously, Duan Jun panicked in his heart, and his sword moves fell into disorder. Yang Yi's eyes lit up, and his sword stabbed straight towards Duan Jun's chest. This caused Duan Jun to be shocked and immediately blocked it. Right at this moment, Yang Yi's sword suddenly changed from stab to slash, and it pierced into Duan Jun's right hand at an extremely tricky angle. A strand of fresh blood sprayed out from the injury on his right hand. The intense pain at that instant caused Duan Jun to let out a shrill cry, and then the green hornet sword in his hand fell from his grasp and onto the arena. At the same time, a sword that was covered in a cold glow touched his neck. Duan Jun had lost. When they saw Yang Yi's sword touch Duan Jun's neck, the clamorous noise in the surroundings had vanished at this moment, and there wasn't a single sound coming from below the arena. Everyone was utterly stunned, and even a falling pin could be heard. Ha ha ha! Bauer roared with laughter while she glanced at all the outer court disciples around her. She seemed as if she was saying, "Look, I had the better foresight." At this moment, all of those outer court disciples still had stunned expressions. Never had they imagined that Duan Jun would still lose after utilizing a sword technique, and they were unable to accept such an outcome even until now. In the arena, Yang Yi gazed at green-clothed man whose eyes were filled with terror, and he said, "I can spare your life." Duan Jun revealed a delighted expression when he heard this, and then he said, "Really?" As if had thought of something, he continued, Go ahead and tell me your conditions. Your cultivation resources and gold coins," said Yang Yi. All right. Duan Jun hurriedly nodded, and then he withdrew a pouch and a silver-colored card before passing it to Yang Yi. He said, "There are 20 energy stones here. I just received them today. On the other hand, this card has around 10,000 gold coins within it, and it can be utilized all over the Grand Qin Empire." Yang Yes' eyelids jerked when he heard there were 10,000 gold coins within it, and then he put away the pouch and card. When he saw Yang Yi put them away, a wisp of resentment flashed in the depths of Duan Jun's eyes, and he said in his heart, "Just you wait. He'll repay the enmity of today by 100 times in the future." After he confirmed there were indeed 20 energy stones within the pouch, Yang Yi smiled as he nodded to Duan Jun. When he saw Yang Yi smile, Duan Jun heaved a sigh of relief. However, right at this moment, Yang Yes' eyes narrowed while he swung the sword in his hand towards Duan Jun's arms and legs. "Ah!" A shrill and miserable cry instantly resounded on the arena. Duan Jun's hands and legs were chopped off, causing fresh blood to spray out like a fountain from Duan Jun's arms and legs, and the intense pain from this caused Duan Jun's entire face to twist and warp. Why? 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 Duan Jun lay on the ground while he shouted hysterically at Yang Yi. Yang Yi laughed with ridicule and said, "I told you I wouldn't kill you, but I didn't say I wouldn't cripple you. I wouldn't be able to sleep in peace while keeping a disaster alive by my side." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi sat down cross-legged and withdrew an energy stone to recover the profound energy within his body. Duan Jun was angered to the point of spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, and then he started cursing furiously and hysterically on the ground. The outer court elder below the arena glanced indifferently at Duan Jun, who lay on the ground, and then he shook his head before instructing others to take Duan Jun away. "Hey, hand over the energy stones." Bauer ran over to Jiang Qiushui and the others, and then she stretched out her small hand and said, "I've counted it, and all of you have to give me a total of 390,000 energy stones. Quickly hand it over." When they heard this, the countenance of all of the outer court disciples here instantly turned ghastly pale. Chapter 11. Aggrieved Elders. When she saw their expressions, Bauer's eyes narrowed, and she said, "What? Do all of you intend to not give it to me because I look young?" Jiang Kushui's eyelids twitched, and his eyes flickered as he looked at Bauer. After that, he revealed a smile and said, "How could we do that? Even you're aware that we don't have so many energy stones with us now. Why don't you come with us to go take it? What do you think?" When they heard this, the others behind Jiang Qiushui exchanged glances, and a wisp of a ghastly and cold glow flashed within their eyes. After that, all the others nodded lightly and displayed that they agreed with Jiang Qiushui. At this point, they were unable to produce the energy stones no matter what, and they wouldn't hand it over even if they could. Since they were unable to produce the energy stones, then there was only a single method, and it was to eliminate this little girl before them. Even though they knew this little girl's identity wasn't ordinary, they didn't have another choice. Because even the outer court elders were unable to produce over 10,000 energy stones. This time, all of their thoughts had converged together in an extremely tacit manner. When she heard Jiang Qiushui, Bauer glanced at all the other outer court disciples, and when she saw that none of them objected to Jiang Kushui's words, she immediately pointed at them and laughed coldly. "Good, very good. Do all of you think Bauer is stupid? You outer court disciples only obtain 20 energy stones every single month, whereas the outer court disciple ranked at the top of the outer court rankings obtains an extra 100 energy stones every single month. So, how could all of you possess so many energy stones? All of you intend to trick Bauer to a quiet place and then kill Bauer, right?" The smile on Jiang Kushui's face froze when he heard this. Had never expected that this little girl before him would actually be so intelligent, and he immediately said with a smile, "We're outer court disciples. How could we do something like killing another? I'm telling the truth. If you're willing to come with us, then we'll definitely give you the energy stones. If you're unwilling to go with us to get it, then I'm helpless as well. I'm telling the truth, right?" As he spoke, he glanced at the others behind him. "Yes, little girl, if you don't go with us to get it, then we can't do anything about it as well. We're all outer court disciples. Could it be that we would trick you of this little bit of energy stones?" "Exactly. Little girl, come with us to go get it. We'll pay all the energy stones to you. Look, do we seem like deceitful people?" As she watched all of them act shamelessly, Bauer was angered to the point her face flushed red, and she pointed at all of them and said, "Good. Good. Very good. No one has ever dared to bully Bauer. Just all of you wait. Just you wait. As she spoke, Bauer ran towards the life and death arena. When they saw Bauer had been angered to the point of leaving, all of the outer court disciples instantly heaved sighs of relief, and then they watched Bauer as they wanted to see what she intended to do. When he saw Bauer run onto the life and death arena, the outer court elder below the arena frowned. Yet when he noticed the character one on Bauer's chest, his brows knit together even more tightly, and he said with a light voice, "Why has this little she-devil come here?" When he noticed Bauer run up the life and death arena, Yang Yi, who was absorbing an energy stone, opened his eyes and was just about to greet her. However, right at this moment, Bauer pointed towards the outer court disciples in the distance and said loudly, "I, Bauer, declare that from today onward, the Talisman Peak will stop providing any talisman-related rewards of all outer court disciples, and the Talisman Peak will stop accepting requests to inscribe and repair treasures from all the outer court elders. In short, so long as it's related to the words outer court, then the Talisman Peak refuses to provide all services." When they heard Bauer, all of them were first stunned, and then they roared with laughter. Even Jiang Qiushui and the other outer court disciples roared with laughter. Who does she think she is? The sect master? I'm going to die from laughter. Refuse to provide all talisman-related rewards of the outer court disciples? Has she gone mad from rage? This is the best joke I've heard since I arrived at the sword sect. Ha ha ha. When he heard Bauer, the expression of Elder Chao Hua, who stood below the life and death arena, changed greatly, and he turned around to look at those outer court disciples that were roaring with laughter and immediately shouted, "Shut up." His voice was covered in profound energy, and it resounded like thunder by the ears of the few hundreds of outer court disciples. The expressions of all the outer court disciples immediately changed, and they looked at the furious outer court elder while wondering why had berated them. Chao Hua didn't pay any attention to the outer court disciples, and his figure flashed to directly appear on the life and death arena. As he looked at Bauer, who was still furious, a smile appeared on Chao Hua's solemn face as he said, "So, it's Bauer. Why have you come here to play today?" When they saw this scene, the hearts of all the outer court disciples below the arena jerked because they knew that perhaps this matter was slightly serious. When he saw this elder suddenly appear on the life and death arena, Yang Ye's expression became heavy while he said in his heart, "The King Realm. After the 9 ranks in the mortal realm, it was the first heaven realm. After the first heaven realm was the King Realm." This old man before him was able to fly without relying on any external forces, and that was something only someone at the King Realm could accomplish. However, an expert at the King Realm was actually so respectful to this little girl, Bauer, and this caused Yang Yi to be even more curious of Bauer's identity. When she saw the old man wearing the clothes of an outer court elder, Bauer immediately grunted coldly and said, "You go ask them yourself. Let me tell you, if you don't give me an explanation, then the Talisman Peak won't welcome any of you outer court disciples or outer court elders again." When he heard Bauer, Chao Hua smiled bitterly before his figure flashed, and he transformed into an afterimage that instantly appeared before Jiang Qiushui and the others. He said in a cold voice, "What happened? If you dare conceal anything, then I'll cripple your cultivations and expel you from the sword sect." All of them were astounded in their hearts. They immediately didn't dare conceal anything and obediently spoke of everything. When he heard they owed the little she-devil over 300,000 energy stones, Chao Hua's face twitched, and when they heard them say they asked Bauer to go get it with them, Chao Hua's gaze turned icy cold. He was aged and experienced, so how could he be unaware of their intentions? He glanced coldly at all of them before he said, "You asked her to follow all of you when it was a few hundreds of thousands of energy stones? Did all of you intend to kill her to keep her quiet? Good, very good. I really want to kill the lot of you. Let me tell all of you, if you're unable to beg her to withdraw what she said, then I guarantee that all of you'll become the public enemy of every single outer court elder and outer court disciple." When they heard Chao Hua, all of their countenances turned ghastly pale. Jiang Qiushui cupped his fist to the old and said respectfully, "Elder, who exactly is that little girl?" "That doesn't matter," Chao Hua shouted. "Now, All of you go borrow energy stones from your own friends and those outer court elders. Tell those elders about the incident between all of you and the little girl. For the sake of their own benefits, they'll borrow the energy stones to you. Elder, this amount is truly a bit too much. This, Jiang Qiushui revealed a troubled expression. Do all of you intend to be crippled and kicked out of the sword sect? Chao Hua spoke coldly. All of their figures trembled when they heard this. Now, they knew that this matter was really serious, and they immediately didn't dare say another word and hurriedly left to borrow energy stones. On the arena, after he heard about the incident between Bauer and those outer court disciples, a wisp of warmth flowed through Yang Ye's heart. Never had he expected that this little girl would actually trust him so much, and she actually dared to bet a few hundreds of thousands of energy stones for his sake. They'll absolutely not let them off easily this time. They actually intended to kill me to keep me silent. When she thought about the actions of those outer court disciples, Bauer got angrier the more she thought about it. Since she was young, she had never been bullied by another. The old man from before appeared once more on the life and death arena, and he sighed in his heart when he saw Bauer was still angry. After that, he said with a smile, Bauer, look, I've already asked them to prepare the energy stones. So, those words from before, can you? Bauer grunted coldly and said, I won't take those words back. Let me tell you, since you're lost, then you should hand over the energy stones to me. Yet they didn't want to give it to me, and even intended to trick me to a quiet place to kill me. Geezer, let me tell you, all of you're dead once my grandpa returns. In the future, all of you outer court elders can dream of coming to Talisman Peak and asking my grandpa to inscribe things for all of you. When he heard Bauer, Chao Hua's smile froze, and he cursed the entire families of those outer court disciples. Because not only had they courted death, they'd even implicated the outer court elders. He immediately squeezed out a smile and said in a gentle voice, Bauer, little ancestor, this matter isn't related to us outer court elders. Don't tell your grandfather about this, all right? No, Bauer said hatefully. I'm going to tell my grandpa. How dare your outer court disciples bully me? When he saw Bauer was still angry, Chao Hua was helpless because how could he dare to offend this young miss? After around an hour later, Jiang Qiushui and the others had returned. This time, it wasn't just these outer court disciples that had arrived, and there were another 4 outer court elders in green and white robed. Yang Yi even knew one of these elders, and it was Elder Qian. When he saw Elder Qian, Yang Yi hurriedly bowed to Elder Qian, and Elder Qian nodded back at him as well. After that, Elder Qian's gaze descended onto Bauer because all of them had come to apologize to this little she-devil. When the 4 outer court elders saw Bauer, their expressions changed slightly. A round-faced elder amongst them smiled at Bauer, and then he withdrew a ring and said, Bauer, there are 390,000 energy stones here. Take out your spatial ring and I'll transfer it to you. When he spoke the words 390,000 energy stones, this elder's face twitched slightly while his heart felt like it was bleeding. All of these energy stones had been put together by all of the outer court elders and outer court disciples, and the entire outer court could be said to be broke because of this bet. Bauer grunted coldly and took the old man's ring before she pointed it to the tiny pouch she had before her. With a thought, the ring instantly emanated a wave of silver light. After a short moment, Bauer raised the ring with the intention of giving it back to the old man. However, she seemed to have thought of something, causing her hand to shrink back, and she waved the ring in her hand and said, Give me this as well. You don't have any objections, right? The elder's hand that had been stretched forward stopped in midair, and his expression was extremely colorful. After a short moment, he laughed dryly and said, No problem. At the same time, he cursed in his heart, Bastards! They'll punish all of you to death. A spatial ring is worth 100,000 gold coins. Yet it's gone just like that. 1. It's the character for talisman. Chapter 12 Gifts from the Elders. After she put the spatial ring away, Bauer's little face revealed a wisp of a smile. However, she seemed to have thought of something and turned around to look at the outer court disciples below the arena, and her expression instantly turned cold before she said, Geezer, Bauer isn't an unreasonable person. They didn't intend to give me my energy stones and even intended to kill me to keep me quiet. Disciples like this have bad dispositions, and they're countless times inferior to the little laborer. Yes, yes. The round-faced elder hurriedly nodded, and then he said in a light voice, Then Bauer, let's end this matter here, all right? The reason they'd gathered sufficient energy stones was for the sake of making Bauer cool down and take back what Shed said earlier, because they couldn't afford to offend the Talisman Peak. No, I'm going to look for my grandpa and ask him to uphold justice for me. All of your dead. Bauer glared at the round-faced elder and spoke with anger. She'd never been bullied since she was young. Yet these outer court disciples actually intended to kill her to keep her quiet today. She was unable to swallow this grievance. When they heard Bauer still intended to go tell her grandfather, the faces of the four elders twitched, and they said in their hearts, How can you act like that? You've taken the energy stones yet refused to put an end to the matter? Aren't you bullying us? Suddenly, the round-faced elder looked at Yang Yi, who was by Bauer's side, and he hesitated for a moment before walking over to Yang Ye's side. He patted Yang Yi on the shoulder and said with a smile, You're Yang Yi, huh? Heroes really do emerge from the young. You actually defeated Duan Jun, that was at the 8th rank of the mortal realm. How extraordinary. Yang Yi had a slightly strange expression because he recognized this elder before him. He was called Feng Yu, and was an elder that possessed extremely great authority in the outer court. At that time, it was precisely this old man and the other two old men by his side that had called Yang Yi the #1 piece of trash in the sword sect, and they'd even ridiculed Elder Qian for being unable to see clearly. Yet now, had come to praise Yang Yi instead. Yang Yi turned around to look at Bauer, while he felt even more curious towards Bauer's identity. He was naturally aware that this elder had definitely praised him because the elder wanted him to help persuade Bauer. However, Yang Yi wouldn't persuade Bauer so easily, and he intended to allow Bauer to torture these old fellows first. Of course, just look who little laborer's friend is. Meanwhile, Bauer walked over to Yang Ye's side and nodded to the old man with a round face, and then she said, Geezer, even though you're ugly, your discerning ability isn't bad. The little laborer is extremely formidable. All of these disciples of yours are idiots because they actually didn't believe he could win. They're really idiots. It's working. Besides Elder Qian, all the other outer court elders here exchanged glances, and they were delighted in their hearts. The round-faced elder said with a smile, Yes, he's a genius. He defeated someone at the 8th rank of the mortal realm while at the 6th rank. He's a genius, a huge genius. Feng Yu, didn't you say that I was unable to see clearly and recruited the #1 piece of trash in history into the sword sect? So, when did Yang Yi become a huge genius in your eyes? At this moment, Elder Qian spoke with ridicule. He still remembered how these old fellows acted when Yang Yi wasn't able to become a profounder, and even until now, these few elders still used Yang Yi to ridicule him. Now that he had an opportunity to slap them on the face, he would naturally not let it slip by. When they heard Elder Qian, the other outer court elders were shocked in their hearts. Feng Yu looked at Yang Yi and said, You're that Yang Yi? That Yang Yi who wasn't able to become a profounder after a year? Yang Yi nodded. When they saw Yang Yi nod, their expressions became slightly unnatural. They'd indeed spoken those words at that time. It was extremely normal for the outer court elders to frequently quarrel with each other. If Yang Yi wasn't friends with Bauer, then even if had attained the 6th rank of the mortal realm, they still wouldn't take him seriously at all. However, this #1 piece of trash of the past was the little she-devil's friend now, and he was the person that was most likely to be capable of making the little she-devil take back her words from just now. The elders were conflicted. Beg for mercy? They were unable to stoop so low and lose face like that. Don't beg for mercy? Then once the little she-devil returned and told the old devil about it, then the outer court would be finished. Geezer, you said Yang Yi is the #1 piece of trash in history? Meanwhile, Bauer gazed at Feng Yu with a hostile expression. Shed just said that this old fellow's discerning ability wasn't bad. Yet she never expected that this geezer had actually said Yang Yi was the #1 piece of trash in history. The strongest amongst the profound energy of the 5 elements, the gold element, was a piece of trash, Then what about her who possessed the wood element? Bauer was slightly angry. Feng Yu smiled embarrassedly and said, "No, it was us that were blind in the past, and we apologize for it. Brother Qian, we apologize for that. Even you're aware that it's extremely normal for us to quarrel with each other. So, don't make a fuss about it with us, all right?" Haha. Yes, Yang Yi attained the 6th rank of the mortal realm in a short period of time. He can definitely be considered a genius with such natural talent. It was us who were blind. Don't take it to heart. Brother Qian, Yang Yi can be considered to be partially your disciple. Yang Yi is your disciple and Bauer's friend. So in the end, we're all family. Ha ha ha. Yeah, we're all family. It was just a misunderstanding earlier. It was just a misunderstanding. Ha ha. It was naturally impossible for a few elders to apologize to a labor disciple. They were unable to disregard their status, so they could only apologize to Elder Qian. When he saw the elders apologize, Yang Yi was slightly amused. However, he didn't feel complacent. He knew that these elders had only apologized because of Bauer. Otherwise, even if had attained the 8th rank of the mortal realm now, he would probably be an insignificant disciple in the eyes of these elders. If he wanted to make these elders really think highly of him and understand how blind they were in the past, then he had to pass through the outer court exam and use his strength to prove it. Elder Qian didn't become complacent as well, and he's similarly under this principle. If it wasn't for Bauer, these old fellows would absolutely not bend before him. Even though it was like this, he still felt extremely satisfied because had been infuriated by these old fellows on many occasions in the past year. It was best to stop being going too far. Yang Yi pulled on Bauer's hand and walked to the side before he said, "Bauer, take back what you said earlier, all right? If I take those words back, would they stop looking down on you in the future?" As she looked at Yang Yi, Bauer blinked. She wasn't stupid, and she naturally knew that it was definitely because of her that those geezers suddenly apologized. Yang Yi nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, if Bauer takes back those words because of me, then they'll definitely owe me a favor, and he'll definitely receive a great deal of care while I'm in the outer court." Bauer pondered deeply for a moment, and then she smiled as she nodded. She pulled Yang Yi's hand and walked over to stand before those 5 outer court elders with anxious expressions, and she said, "All of you geezers, I'll let the matter go this time. But let me tell all of you, I did it because of the little laborer, and if all of you dare to bully me again, humph, humph." She grunted twice, and her intent to threaten them was obvious. When they heard this, all the outer court elders instantly heaved sighs of relief in their hearts. Feng Yu hurriedly said, "We won't. We absolutely won't. In the future, if another dares to disrespect Bauer, then I'll smash him to death." When he spoke up to hear, Feng Yu's wrist spun before a sword appeared, and he passed it to Yang Yi and said, "Little Yang, this is a high-grade yellow-rank dark iron sword. It's of no use in my possession, so you can have it." When he saw Feng Yu give Yang Yi a sword, Chao Hua withdrew a piece of iron armor and passed it to Yang Yi before he said, "This is a high-grade yellow-rank dark iron armor. It's of no use in my possession as well, so you can have it. It ought to be of use to use. These are 10 meridian shield pills, and they're able to protect your meridians well and allow your meridians to endure intense training. Take it. This is the copy of the yellow rank sword technique, energy split sword technique. Take it and cultivate it as well." In next to no time, all the outer court elders besides Elder Qian had given Yang Yi a treasure. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he took all of them. He knew that these elders before him were trying to curry favor, and he knew why they were trying to curry favor as well. If he refused, then these elders would definitely think that he held hatred in his heart, and he would definitely encounter trouble while he was in the sword sect in the future. After he received all those treasures, Yang Yi turned around to look at Bauer, who was grinning at the side, and he felt extremely curious in his heart. He was curious about Bauer's identity. He knew that the identity of being a talisman master was extremely lofty, yet these elders before him were obviously terrified of Bauer's grandfather. Is Bauer's grandfather an earth talisman master, or a heaven talisman master? The elders revealed smiles when they saw Yang Yi receive those treasures. Yang Yi's natural talent couldn't be said to be good, yet he knew Bauer and was even able to affect her decisions, So forming a good relationship with Yang Yi was absolutely not a wrong decision, and it was obvious from the smile on Bauer's face when they gave things to Yang Yi. All of you geezers aren't bad. Bauer nodded to those outer court elders, and then she looked at the outer court disciples and said, "How are all of you going to punish them?" Bauer would let those outer court disciples go easily. At this moment, Yang Yi went silent as well. These outer court elders hadn't done anything that would harm Bauer, and that was why he would persuade Bauer. However, those outer court disciples intended to kill Bauer to silence her, and this was something Yang Yi was unable to tolerate. In his heart, Bauer had become his friend since a long time ago. Feng Yu hesitated for a moment when he heard this, and then a wisp of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He turned around to look at those outer court disciples and said, "All the outer court disciples that participated in the gamble, head to the enforcement hall to receive 100 whips, and then head to Star or Mountain to mine for a month. Everything obtained from the mining will be handed over to the sect. Go now, all of you." When they heard Feng Yu, the countenance of those outer court disciples instantly turned ghastly pale. 100 whips were still all right, and it would at most hurt for a few days. However, the Star or Mountain was terrifying because it was a place that was utilized to punish the disciples that committed heavy offenses in the sword sect. There were no human rights there, and even if one didn't perish there, the consequences would still be unbearable. When he saw their expressions, Feng Yu was slightly unable to bear the sigh of it as well. However, he knew that if he punished them lightly, then once this little she-devil was dissatisfied and told that old devil on Talisman Peak about this incident, it wouldn't just be the outer court disciples that suffered misfortune, even all of the outer court elders would suffer misfortune as well. In the sword sect, even the sect master wouldn't easily offend that old devil. Bauer was still slightly displeased and was just about to say something. However, Yang Yi hurriedly pulled her small hand and walked away from the life and death arena. Yang Yi knew that this punishment could be considered to be extremely heavy. If Bauer was still dissatisfied, then it was very likely for it to cause those outer court disciples to retaliate. At that time, the matter would be severe. He didn't care about those outer court elders, but he cared about Elder Qian, and he was truly unwilling to allow Elder Qian to be harmed in any way because of this matter. When they saw Yang Yi pulling Bauer away, all the outer court elders here instantly heaved sighs of relief in succession. Feng Yu looked at Elder Qian and said, "Brother Qian, this time, it was all thanks to that kid you recruited. I won't say anything else, just take it as we owe him a favor." The others nodded in agreement. They knew that the little she-devil was still dissatisfied earlier, and it would truly be troublesome for them. After all, those outer court disciples were the disciples of the sword sect, so if the punishment they gave was too heavy, it was very likely for it to cause retaliation amongst them, and it was even to the extent that it might cause those outer court disciples to be bitterly disappointed with the sect. Needless to say, Yang Yi's actions of pulling Bauer away had helped them deal with an enormous problem. Chapter 13: Bauer's Shock. A labor disciple defeated an outer court disciple. Did all of you see that? Ha ha ha. Yes, Yang Yi can be said to have brought pride to us labor disciples. In the future, would anyone dare say that we labor disciples are lowly? Ha ha. An outer court disciple. At that time, ID already said that Yang Yi is extraordinary, and one day he would definitely soar up like a true dragon within an abyss. All of you believe me now, right? You idiot. Did you even speak like that at that time? On this day, all the disciples on Labor Peak were discussing Yang Yi, and numerous labor disciples didn't even do their work. 7 Refinement Peak was the place where outer court disciples cultivated, and it had seen training grounds called the Gold Armor Formation, Woodsman Alley, Thousand Layers of Water, Lava Cave, Gravity Cavern, Cold Wind Ridge, and Thunder God Gorge. However, the 7 Refinement Peak wasn't free to use. If one desired to train on 7 Refinement Peak, then besides those that were ranked at the top 10 on the outer court rankings, others had no choice but to utilize contribution points of the sect to exchange for time to cultivate there. On the other hand, contribution points could only be obtained by heading to the Grand Myriad Mountains to hunt dark beasts or by accepting and completing some assignments of the sect. The difficulty of the sect's assignments was extremely great, and ordinary outer court disciples would utterly not dare accept them. Only those outer court disciples with extraordinary natural talent and formidable strengths would dare accept the assignments of the sect. Amongst over 1,000 outer court disciples, only less than 50 were able to enter 7 refinement peak, and these 50 were the strongest group of experts amongst the outer court disciples. Big Brother Qingyu. That Yang Yi has become a profounder, and he even defeated Duan Jun, who's at the 8th rank of the mortal realm while at the 6th rank himself. At this moment at the Woodsman Alley, an outer court disciple spoke in a low voice to a white-robed man that stood before him. The white-robed man was precisely Lu Qingyu that was ranked at the 29th position on the outer court rankings. He was reputed to be the most dazzling genius of South B City, and he was already a first heaven realm expert at the age of 17. When he heard that outer court disciple, Lu Qingyu frowned and said, "That piece of trash is already a profounder?" When he headed to the sword sect that day, his father had told him to deal with Yang Yi if he had the chance. However, when he arrived at the sword sect, he noticed that Yang Yi wasn't an outer court disciple any longer and was a labor disciple instead. Moreover, Yang Yi was the number 1 piece of trash in history. So, he didn't make a move to deal with Yang Yi because Yang Yi wasn't worthy of him making a move. Yet now, had never expected that Yang Yi was already a profounder. Yes, but he seems to not be an outer court disciple yet. Should we deal with him? Lu Qingyu pondered deeply for a moment, and then he shook his head while a cold glow flashed in his eyes as he said, "Come, let's go meet this piece of trash that has already become a profounder. Cool Breeze Gorge. Little laborer, this spatial ring is for you. There are some energy stones within it." At the side of the pool, Bauer smiled as she passed the spatial ring shed extorted from Fengyu just now. As he looked at this spatial ring, Yang Yi's eyelids twitched, and he pondered deeply for a moment before he shook his head and said, "Bauer, this ring is too precious. I can't accept it." If he said he wasn't tempted by a spatial treasure like the spatial ring, then it would obviously be a lie. However, Yang Yi had his own limits when doing things. "Little laborer, what are you saying? Bauer will be unhappy." Bauer rolled her eyes at Yang Yi and said, "It's only a spatial ring, and it isn't something great. Moreover, it would have been impossible for Bauer to win so many things without you. If you refuse it again, then Bauer will toss it away." A strand of warmth flowed in Yang Yi's heart when he heard this, and he stopped refusing and received the ring in Bauer's hand. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and he hurriedly withdrew that strength talisman head crafted and passed it to Bauer before he said, "Bauer, this is a strength talisman I crafted. It's a high-grade talisman. You can have it." When she saw Yang Yi accept the ring, Bauer smiled and nodded. Suddenly, her eyes opened wide, and she said, You said you've already crafted a strength talisman, and it's even a high-grade talisman?" "Yes." Yang Yi nodded. You wouldn't be lying to me, right?" Bauer glanced suspiciously at Yang Yi and said, "Little laborer, Bauer really hates if others lie to Bauer." Yang Yi rolled his eyes and said, "Wouldn't you know if I'm lying or not once you take a look?" Bauer took the strength talisman in Yang Yi's hand, and when she saw the lifelike light golden flame on it, Bauer was instantly stunned. She was stunned for quite a long time before she muttered, "How could this be possible? It's really a high-grade talisman. It's really a high-grade talisman. How could this be possible?" When he noticed Bauer seem as if she'd lost her soul, Yang Yi said in a light voice, "What is it? Is it good or not?" Bauer raised her head to look at Yang Yi, and she suppressed the excitement in her heart and said, You said that you crafted this talisman within half a month of time?" "Yes." Yang Yi nodded and said, "I failed quite a few times before this, and I wasted quite a bit of the materials you gave me." When he spoke up to hear, Yang Yi was slightly embarrassed. Bauer glanced at Yang Yi with a strange expression, and she said in her heart, "Grandpa is such a liar." Bauer spent 3 months of time to craft a talisman, and it was only a mid-grade talisman. Yet Grandpa actually said Bauer is a genius. He definitely tricked me. Once you return, they'll pull off your entire beard. What's wrong? Am I too stupid?" Yang Yi asked when he saw Bauer remain silent. Bauer's expression grew stranger when she heard this. After a short while, her expression returned to normal, and she looked at Yang Yi and nodded before she said, You only crafted a single talisman in half a month of time. In terms of natural talent, it's pretty ordinary. A little bit inferior to Bauer. As soon as she finished speaking, her small face turned red for no reason. However, Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief instead when he heard Bauer, and he said, "That's good. Right, Bauer, am not really familiar with the talismans of the other attributes. How about you teach me?" About that, Bauer feigned a troubled expression, and when she saw Yang Yi's anxious expression, she hurriedly said, "I can if you agree to a condition." "What condition?" Yang Yi was slightly excited. If he was able to become a talisman master, then it would be greatly beneficial to his strength and future. "I'll represent my grandfather to take you as his disciple, and you have to agree to be my grandfather's disciple. Yes, in other words, my junior brother. What do you think?" Bauer looked at Yang Yi while her lively eyes flickered with a strange glow. "Be your junior brother?" Yang Yi was stunned. "What? Are you unwilling?" Bauer spoke with slight displeasure. Yang Yi hurriedly shook his head and said, "No, the accomplished are superior. I'm naturally willing to be Bauer's junior brother. But Bauer, is your grandfather willing to take me as his disciple?" At that time, if he's unwilling, then I. Yes, he was still slightly worried. After all, every single talisman master was extremely formidable. If Bauer's grandfather didn't think highly of him at that time, then how embarrassing would it be for him? When she heard this, the displeasure on Bauer's face was completely wiped away, and she said with a smile, "There's no need to care about him. It's fine so long as I'm willing." "All right, now, you're Bauer's junior brother. Yes, senior sister will take good care of you. It's slightly late now, so we'll come to look for you when I have the time. Study the talismans of the other elements first in the next few days. They'll test you in all of these assignments when I come see you next, understand?" Yang Yi didn't dare shake his head, and he immediately nodded. When she saw Yang Yi nod, Bauer nodded with satisfaction and said, "It's getting late. I'm leaving first, and I'll be taking this strength talisman back to study. Inspect. There's no need to give it to me." As soon as she finished speaking, Bauer ran out of Cool Breeze Gorge. At the instant she turned away from Yang Yi, her solemn little face immediately bloomed into a smile while she said in her heart, "I found a treasure. Ha ha ha." This treasure was noticed by Bauer, and he has even become Bauer's junior brother. Hee hee. Yang Yi kept having the feeling that something was slightly off. Bauer was around the age of little Yao, and both of them were slightly naughty and intelligent, so he felt that Shed definitely concealed something from him. Forget it. In any case, she definitely has no ill intent towards me. Yang Yi smiled as he shook his head, and he stopped thinking about Bauer's strange actions. He placed his gaze onto the spatial ring Bauer gave him, and as he looked at it, he felt slightly excited. Because this was a spatial ring, and even the governor of South Peace City might not possess one. After playing with it for a while, Yang Yi immersed his spiritual energy into the ring, and his heart suddenly jerked when he saw the space within the ring. The space within this ring seemed to be a bit too large. It was around more than 70 meters in both height and length, and it wasn't just that, there was a large amount of energy stones within the ring. Moreover, the pile of energy stones at least amounted to a total of over 100,000. When he recalled what Bauer said earlier, the corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. Earlier, Bauer had said that Shed placed some energy stones within it, and he thought that it was only a few hundred, yet never had he imagined that it would actually be over 100,000. This favor I owe her is really huge. As he looked at those energy stones, Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. This time, he could be considered to have understood what being wealthy meant. After he placed the ring on his finger, Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and withdrew the high-grade yellow-rank dark iron sword that Elder Feng Yu had given him. The dark iron sword was 1.6 m in length, 2 fingers in breadth, and its entire blade emanated a piercingly cold glow that was extremely sharp. A casual swing of the sword instantly emanated a light howl as it sliced through the air. What a sword! As he looked at the sword in his hand, a wisp of happiness flashed in Yang Yi's eyes, and he said in a low voice, "I originally intended to head to the sword pavilion to choose a sword after I became an outer court disciple, but I never expected that Feng Yu would actually give me a sword, and it's even a high-grade yellow rank sword. Now, I finally don't have to utilize a tree branch to train in the sword. The outer court exam held once every 2 years in the sword sect will be held in another 28 days. With my current strength, it ought to not be difficult for me to become an outer court disciple. However, if I want to be ranked in the top 10, then my strength is definitely slightly insufficient, and I must improve my strength. As he looked at the sword in his hand, Yang Yi muttered lightly. Chapter 14 Outer Court Exam. The Outer Court Exam of the Sword Sect could be said to be a grand event in the state of Jing. There was a total of 9 states in the Grand Qin Empire, and every single state had a few tens of thousands of cities within it. The Sword Sect belonged within the scope of the state of Jing. At that time, all the disciples of the clans within the nearby cities and the independent cultivators there would head over to the Outer Court Exam. There were countless geniuses amongst them, so the difficulty to obtain the top 10 positions amongst all of these people was obvious. It was extremely difficult to obtain a position in the top 10, but there were benefits as well. Not only would one obtain rewards like medicinal pills, talismans, and treasures from the sword sect would even place emphasis on fostering the top 10, causing the cultivation resources they obtained to far exceed others. Even though natural talent was important, cultivation resources were even more important. Because no matter how great of a genius one was, if one didn't possess the fostering of a sect, then one would be reduced to a piece of trash as well. Yang Ye's target was to be in the top 10. Besides for the sake of vindicating himself and Elder Qian, it was also for the sake of being valued by the sect. Lu Qingyu was already an expert on the outer court rankings, so he was definitely already valued by the sect. So, if Yang Yi wasn't able to make the sect value him and surpass Lu Qingyu, then how could he take revenge on the Lu clan? When he thought of the Lu clan and Lu Qingyu, a strand of cold light flashed past Yang Ye's eyes. No matter what, he was determined to make this clan pay the price. Yang Yi suppressed the killing intent in his heart and took a deep breath. After that, he headed to the training grounds as he intended to ask Elder Qian about the situation at his home. Presently, he was most worried about the situation of his younger sister and mother in South Peace City. Trash. Stop right there. As soon as he arrived at the training grounds, Yang Yi was stopped by someone, and he frowned when he heard this voice. When he turned around and looked at the person who spoke and saw that person's appearance, a wisp of ghastly killing intent flashed in the depths of Yang Ye's eyes. The person that stopped him was a man around his age. The man had slanted brows, starry eyes, and a fluttering green robe, yet his face had a ridiculing smile. There were 2 green-robed men standing on each side of this man as well, and they were both outer court disciples. Yang Yi hadn't seen this man in the past, but he knew who this man was. This man before him was definitely Lu Qingyu. There were many outer court disciples training on the training grounds today. When they saw these 5 people obstructing Yang Ye's path, many of them stride over and looked curiously at Yang Yi and the others. Lu Qingyu. As he gazed at Yang Ye's hostile gaze, Lu Qingyu held a ridiculing smile on the corners of his mouth as he said, Yang Yi, I truly never expected that you'd actually become a profounder, and you even surmounted 2 ranks to defeat Duan Jun. What a surprise. When they heard Lu Qingyu, some of the nearby outer court disciples exploded into an uproar, and then they looked at Lu Qingyu with gazes of slight adoration. It's actually Lu Qingyu who's ranked at the 29th position on the outer court rankings. What's he doing here instead of training on 7 Refinement Peak? An expert on the outer court rankings? Doesn't that mean that he's already an expert at the First Heaven Realm? My God, a First Heaven Realm expert. One that's around 16 or 17 years of age. The outer court rankings are really abnormal. I heard that some inner court elders have already started paying attention to him, so once he enters the inner court, his future would be boundless. When he saw the gazes of adoration these outer court disciples shot at him, Lu Qingyu seemed to really enjoy it, and the proud expression on his face grew even deeper. As he looked at Lu Qingyu who stood before him, Yang Yi took a deep breath and suppressed the killing intent in his heart before he said indifferently, Are you done? Needless to say, Yang Ye's indifferent expression was really detestable to his enemies, and Lu Qingyu really detested it as well. When he heard Yang Ye's words that practically disregarded him and Yang Ye's carefree expression, Lu Qingyu's eyes narrowed. He seemed to have thought of something, and he smiled as he said, Yang Yi, we could have been relatives. My father took a fancy to your mother while my brother took a fancy to your younger sister. This is a blessing for your entire family, yet all of you don't know what's good for you. Yang Yi laughed with ridicule, and he interrupted Lu Qingyu and said, Lu Qingyu, I've taken a fancy to your mother, and I've taken a fancy to all the females in your Lu clan. Ask your mother and all the females in your Lu clan to marry me. Then wouldn't we still be able to become relatives? When they heard Yang Yi, the eyelids of all the outer court disciples twitched. Because Lu Qingyu was an expert ranked at the 29th position on the outer court rankings, even though members of the sect could only attack another on the life and death arena. Yang Yi seemed to be a bit too brave in their opinion. Lu Qingyu's face sank while a strand of imposing aura surged explosively from his body. His finger pointed at Yang Yi while a strand of fierce white-colored sword qi tore through the air, and it carried a sharp whistle as it shot violently towards Yang Yi. He was naturally clearly aware that he couldn't attack a member of the sect at any other place besides the life and death arena. However, rules were there to restrain the weak, and he believed that even if he killed Yang Yi, the sect wouldn't do anything to him. After all, he was already a first heaven realm expert, and Yang Yi was still a labor disciple. That strand of sword qi was extremely swift, and the nearby outer court disciples were practically unable to see that strand of sword qi and could only see a white light flash in their fields of vision. At the moment that Lu Qingyu made a move, Yang Yi felt a strand of vital energy lock onto him. At this moment, he felt that he was utterly unable to dodge, and he could only forcefully break through Lu Qingyu's sword qi. However, that strand of sword qi was too swift, and it was utterly not something he could avoid and react to now. Is this the strength of a first heaven realm expert? When he noticed a strand of the aura of death envelop him, Yang Yi muttered in his heart. Right at this moment, Elder Qian suddenly appeared by Yang Ye's side. Elder Qian flicked his sleeve, causing a strand of strong wind to blow out, and then a bang resounded as Lu Qingyu's strand of sword qi was instantly dispersed in midair. Lu Qingyu, according to the rules of the sect, besides on the life and death arena, it's prohibited to attack another member of the sect at any other place. Have you forgotten? Elder Qian looked at Lu Qingyu while his voice carried slight rage. Yang Yi possessed profound energy of the 5 elements, and he would absolutely not allow Yang Yi to die at a place like this. When he saw it was Elder Qian, Lu Qingyu's gaze flickered while he suppressed the killing intent in his heart, and he cupped his hands towards Elder Qian and said, Elder Qian, Yang Yi humiliated my family members, so I was just giving him a small lesson, and I didn't have any other intentions. Even though he was slightly angry towards this old man, he didn't dare to display it. After all, he was still an outer court disciple now, and he was under the jurisdiction of the outer court elders. Elder Qian grunted coldly, yet he didn't punish Lu Qingyu. Even though Lu Qingyu was merely an outer court disciple, his natural talent was at the top in the outer court. Moreover, some inner court elders had already started paying attention to him. So, Elder Qian was unable to punish Lu Qingyu for such a trivial matter. Since he's fine, then Qingyu will be bidding my farewells now. Lu Qingyu cupped his fists to Elder Qian before he turned around with the intention of leaving. However, Yang Yi spoke at this moment. Wait! Lu Qingyu turned around to look at Yang Yi, and dense disdain filled the corners of his mouth as he said, What? Elder Qian frowned and was just about to say something when he saw Yang Yi walk in front of him. Yang Yi pointed at Lu Qingyu and said, Lu Qingyu, I know you want to kill me, and I'll give you this chance. We'll fight on the life and death arena 3 months from now. Do you dare? Since he stepped onto the path of the martial Tao, then he could only advance courageously, overcome all the obstacles in his path, and become stronger without end. He had no path of retreat, and Yang Yi didn't want to give himself a path of retreat. He wanted to force himself. When they heard Yang Yi, all the outer court disciples in the vicinity gaped to the point an egg could be pushed down their throats. A labor disciple challenging an outer court disciple had already caused the entire outer court to be shocked, yet now, this labor disciple intended to challenge Lu Qingyu, who was ranked at the 29th position on the outer court rankings and had attained the first heaven realm. Is this labor disciple trying to defy the heavens? Haha. After he recovered from his shock, Lu Qingyu roared with laughter, and when he noticed Elder Qian intended to speak, He hurriedly said, "All right, I agree. We'll fight 3 months from now on the life and death arena. I hope you don't disappoint me when the time comes." As soon as he finished speaking, he roared with laughter, and then he left the others to leave quickly as if he was worried that Elder Qian would stop him. When he saw Lu Qingyu leave, Elder Qian sighed and said, "Yang Yi, you were too impulsive just now. You're only at the 6th rank of the mortal realm now, and the gap between you and a first heaven realm expert is huge, really huge." Yang Yi said in a low voice, "Elder Qian, I'm aware. I'm pushing myself into a desperate situation to eventually win the battle. He intended to kill me just now. Elder Qian, you were here this time, but would you be here the next time? If Elder Qian isn't here during the next time, and he kills me directly, would the sect punish him? No. Now that I've made an agreement to fight him 3 months from now, he'll definitely not make a move against me in these 3 months of time. In this way, I still have a chance." Elder Qian's lips moved, yet he didn't say anything in the end. How could he be unaware of this? However, it was utterly impossible for one to surpass the first heaven realm from the 6th rank of the mortal realm in 3 months of time. Even if Yang Yi possessed 5-element profound energy, it was impossible for him to accomplish it in 3 months of time because it was truly little time. After staying silent for a moment, Elder Qian patted Yang Yi on the shoulder and said, "Little Yang, I originally intended to publicly announce that you possessed 5-element profound energy, but now it would seem like I can't. If I announce that you possess 5-element profound energy, then Lu Qingyu will absolutely not give you any chance to grow. Now, you can only work hard to allow yourself to possess the strength to go against him. Understand?" Yang Yi nodded. Perhaps he wouldn't have a chance in the past, but he had the tiny vortex now, and he had those energy stones that Bauer gave him and the Meridian Shield pills those Outer Court elders gave him. He had the ability to try, and this time, it wasn't just for the sake of his mother and younger sister, it was for his own sake as well. If he fought for it, then he would have a chance, and if he didn't, then he wouldn't have a chance at all. So, had taken the initiative to agree to fight on the life and death arena, and he didn't give himself a path of retreat at all. You go cultivate at ease. I've already made a trip to South B City, and I've warned the Liu clan. They won't look for trouble with your family for now. Moreover, your younger sister and mother are very well, and they both miss you," said Elder Qian. Younger sister, mother? When he heard these words, Yang Yi's firm expression revealed a wisp of a gentle smile. These two people were his conviction, they were his motivation, and he could disregard any hardships and exhaustion for their sake. After he bid his farewells to Elder Qian, Yang Yi walked quickly towards Cool Breeze Gorge. At this moment, he urgently needed to obtain strength. Chapter 15 Mysterious Vortex. Attention, attention. A labor disciple has challenged the 29th on the Outer Court rankings, Lu Qingyu, to a battle on the life and death arena 3 months from now. Everyone, remember to go watch it in 3 months. A labor disciple challenged an expert on the Outer Court rankings? Is something wrong with you? Are you talking about that labor disciple who surmounted ranks of cultivation to defeat Duan Jun? Of course it's him. Is any other labor disciple besides him that formidable? This labor disciple is really fucking formidable. He first challenged an Outer Court disciple, not he challenged an expert on the Outer Court rankings. Even though he's courting death, we have no choice but to admire him for his courage. It wasn't long before the news of Yang Yi challenging an Outer Court disciple had spread throughout the Outer Court, and it was even to the extent that some experts on the Outer Court rankings that were in 7 Refinement Peak had heard of it. A 6th-rank Mortal Realm expert challenged a First Heaven Realm expert? The ignorant truly are fearless. This was something an expert on the Outer Court rankings said when he heard the news about Yang Yi challenging Lu Qingyu. Even though Lu Qingyu isn't really strong, he isn't someone a 6th-rank Mortal Realm expert can challenge. I haven't left the 7 Refinement Peak for a long time. Now, even labor disciples are already so arrogant? Someone at the 6th rank of the Mortal Realm challenging a First Heaven Realm expert. Interesting. No matter if it was the Outer Court Peak or the 7 Refinement Peak, the news of Yang Yi's challenge was spreading throughout both these places at this moment. At this moment, Yang Yi's name had truly spread throughout the Outer Court. Cool Breeze Gorge. After he arrived at Cool Breeze Gorge, Yang Yi took out the high-grade yellow rank sword technique head obtained from one of the elders, the energy split sword technique, and he started looking through it carefully. Presently, he urgently needed to improve his strength. Energy split sword technique, high-grade yellow rank. A technique created by a senior of the sword sect. It possesses 10 levels, and every level allows one to execute a strand of sword chi. When fully cultivated, 10 strands of sword chi can be executed simultaneously to sweep through everything before it. As he looked through the description of the energy split sword technique, Yang Yi felt lucky that when he fought Duan Jun on the life and death arena earlier, Duan Jun had only learned the first level, and if Duan Jun had learned a few more levels, then it would be dangerous for him. As he continued reading through it, Yang Yi's expression became heavier. The energy split sword technique was extremely formidable, and it was even to the extent that it was slightly terrifying. It wasn't really terrifying if it was only able to directly execute 10 strands of sword chi, yet the energy split sword technique was capable of energy split, and that meant the sword chi could appear at completely different directions. The direction the sword chi moved towards could be changed. When he imagined 10 strands of sword attacking an enemy from various directions, Yang Yi couldn't help but feel slightly excited. But in next to no time, he calmed down because it was extremely difficult to change the direction the strands of sword chi moved towards. It required that one's control of profound energy had arrived at an extremely shocking degree, and this sort of degree was something that even some outer court elders were unable to attain. Yang Yi took a deep breath and put the scroll away, and then he held the sword and slowly started training according to the circulation method in the energy split sword technique. No matter if it was for his younger sister, mother, or for himself, he wouldn't shrink back. Because in this world where strength was respected, one had no dignity or the right to speak without strength. Just like moments ago, Lu Qingyu's strength was higher than his own. So Lu Qingyu could willfully kill him and disregard the rules of the sect. In this world, strength was everything. He understood this principle when he was in South B City, yet he obtained a deeper understanding of this principle after he arrived at the sword sect. In the next few days, besides eating in the canteen, Yang Yi spent every single day cultivating bitterly in Cool Breeze Gorge, and he even slept in the gorge. With the Meridian Shield pills given by the outer court elders and the energy stones Bauer had given him, he was fully able to cultivate without any restraints. Crack, crack. Yang Yi stood on an enormous rock while he ceaselessly swung the dark iron sword in his hand. If someone else was here, that person would definitely be astounded because every single time Yang Yi swung the dark iron sword, it wasn't just the resounding sound of air being torn apart that resounded. They even left behind a few sword images. Exactly how much strength was required to emanate resounding sounds of the air being torn apart? Exactly how swift did the sword have to be to leave behind sword imagines? After he finished practicing the basic sword technique, Yang Yi's sword pointed towards the ground at an angle, and his eyes closed slightly while his face remained composed. He was like a monk that had entered into a meditative state. Yang Yi's face was slightly thin, his features were handsome, and coupled with his graceful black hair, even though he couldn't be said to be a pretty boy, he was rather handsome. At this moment, Yang Yi was trying hard to control the scarce light golden profound energy in his body, and he guided them from his dantian towards the dark iron sword in his hand. However, those strings of profound energy within his body were like disobedient children, and no matter how Yang Yi urged them on, they refused to circulate along the circulation pathways of the energy split sword technique. After a few more minutes, numerous droplets of sweat slowly flowed down from Yang Yi's forehead. They flowed past his brows, flowed past his closed eyes, and flowed towards his lips. A cool breeze blew by, and the leaves in the forest rustled. A few withered and yellow leaves descended slowly from the sky, whereas the young man on the enormous rock was still standing ramrod straight like a status. After around an hour of time, suddenly, the dark iron sword in Yang Yi's hand was suffused with a light golden glow, and it trembled slightly as if it had come to life. After a moment of silence, Yang Yi's eyes suddenly opened up, and they emanated an extremely clear cold glow. Yang Yi held the dark iron sword in his hand as he suddenly swung it towards an enormous tree in the distance. Energy split sword technique. Yang Yi spoke lightly in his heart. After that, a light golden strand of sword chi flashed out from the tip of the dark iron sword. Bang! An enormous tree that required a few people to embrace and was over 10 m away from Yang Yi had been chopped into two along with this bang, and the point it was chopped was smooth like a mirror. Rumble. The upper half of the tree fell to the ground and caused countless dust and dirt to suffuse the air. As he looked at the tree that fell to the ground, Yang Yi's seemingly exhausted face wasn't able to conceal the excitement he felt. After cultivating day and night for 6 days, he hadn't just improved his basic sword technique again. Had even cultivated the energy split sword technique to the first level. How could he not be excited by this? Suddenly, a feeling of emptiness surged from the bottom of Yang Yi's heart. It was the feeling of completely exhausting one's profound energy. Looks like unless it's a critical moment, otherwise, I can't rashly utilize this energy split sword technique. Yang Yi couldn't help but laugh bitterly as he looked at the dark iron sword in his hand. Even though the energy split sword technique was formidable, its consumption of profound energy was too terrifying. Just like this moment, Head merely executed a single strand of sword chi, yet the profound energy within his body had been exhausted. Yang Yi withdrew an energy stone and held it in his hand before started to absorb the energy within it. The profound energy within the energy stone surged into his body and was instantly absorbed by the mysterious tiny vortex. Suddenly, Yang Yi frowned because the tiny vortex didn't give him some light golden profound energy as it had in the past. Has something happened again? When he thought up to here, Yang Yi couldn't help but feel slightly panicked, and he immersed his mind into his body. However, he was actually unable to enter the tiny vortex this time. In the past, he was able to enter the tiny vortex with his spiritual energy, but this time, it seemed like there was something on the tiny vortex that was obstructing him, causing him to be unable to observe the situation within the tiny vortex. When he noticed this, that feeling of panic spread completely from the bottom of Yang Yi's heart, and he hurriedly withdrew over 10 energy stones and started absorbing them. However, it was still as it was before this. The profound energy was instantly absorbed by the tiny vortex, but the light golden profound energy still didn't flow out. Brother, what are you playing at now? Yang Yi's expression was slightly unsightly when he noticed the tiny vortex only took but didn't give. Could it be that the tiny vortex intends to act like it did in the past? In next to no time, Yang Yi denied these thoughts of his. He and the tiny vortex were a single whole. If he didn't absorb profound energy, then the tiny vortex would be unable to absorb profound energy. They could be said to be bound together for good or bad, and he didn't believe that the tiny vortex wouldn't bite the hand that feeds it. After going silent for a moment, Yang Yi withdrew an energy stone and started absorbing it because he wanted to see what the tiny vortex was doing. After 15 minutes passed, 200 energy stones were gone, and the tiny vortex was still absorbing. 1 hour later, 800 energy stones were gone, yet the tiny vortex was still absorbing, and it was absorbing at an even quicker rate. Just like this, after 6 hours passed, the tiny vortex was still absorbing, and it didn't show any signs of stopping or giving him some light golden profound energy. On the other hand, Yang Yi seemed as if he was going to fight the tiny vortex until the end, and he ceaselessly withdrew energy stone after energy stone. In these few hours of time, the tiny vortex had already absorbed a few thousands of energy stones. As he watched the energy stones vanish, Yang Yi's heart hurt slightly. Luckily, Bauer had given him over 100,000 energy stones, otherwise, he wouldn't allow the tiny vortex to absorb the energy stones like this no matter what. Just like this, Yang Yi sat here from day until night, and numerous energy stones vanished. However, the tiny vortex seemed like a bottomless hole, and over 10,000 energy stones were still unable to satisfy the tiny vortex. In the blink of an eye, Yang Yi had continued sitting here from the night until the day, and in this time of a day and night, 20,000 energy stones had vanished. As he watched these energy stones vanish bit by bit, Yang Yi wanted to stop on many occasions, but he couldn't, because he had to figure the tiny vortex out. Otherwise, not to mention the battle on the life and death arena with Lu Qingyu 3 months from now, He would even be eliminated from the outer court exam that was being held over 20 days from now. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and half of the energy stones Bauer gave him had been consumed. At this moment, Yang Yi was already numb to it, and it had aroused his ferocity. Because in any case, he was going to fight the tiny vortex until the end. At a certain moment at noon on the third day, Yang Yi's hand that held the energy stones paused for a moment, and he immersed his mind into his body. When he saw the dantian within his body, Yang Yi's eyes instantly opened wide, and his face was covered in disbelief. Chapter 16 Grand Myriad Mountains. Yang Yi had just immersed his mind into his body when he noticed that the tiny vortex was sending strands of golden profound energy to his normal dantian at this moment. Yes, it was golden profound energy, completely golden profound energy, and it wasn't just light golden as it was in the past. This golden profound energy surged violently and madly like torrents from within the tiny vortex, and then they flowed into his dantian. In next to no time, his normal dantian was full. Yet the tiny vortex didn't stop, and golden profound energy still surged ceaselessly from it. These strands of golden profound energy pushed ceaselessly towards the meridians within his entire body in the end. At this moment, Yang Yi's entire body, including the meridians throughout his body, were filled with golden profound energy. To Yang Yi's shock, these strands of golden profound energy actually fused directly into his body in the end, and strand after strand of golden profound energy fused ceaselessly into his body. After around 15 minutes like this, the tiny vortex slowly came to a stop. When he sensed the tiny vortex had stopped, Yang Yi hurriedly pulled his clothes off, and he was stunned on the spot as soon as he took a look. His entire body was suffused with a light golden color at this moment, and when his palms swept lightly past his chest, it felt hard like dark iron. Yang Yi gulped and said in a low voice, "Perfection in the body refinement technique?" The body refinement technique was a basic cultivation technique of the sword sect, and it had a total of 7 levels. Usually, there was rarely anyone that cultivated it, and even if someone did cultivate it, they would change to a different cultivation technique as soon as they became a profounder. So, Yang Yi was absolutely the first person to cultivate it to the 7th level. Since my body refinement technique has attained the 7th level, then doesn't that mean I'm at the 7th rank of the mortal realm already? When he thought up to here, Yang Yi hurriedly senses the state within his body. After a short moment, his eyes opened wide while his face was covered in excitement, and he said, "I never expected that I would actually directly attain the 7th rank of the mortal realm." At this moment, Yang Yi was really shocked in his heart. It had been less than a month since Head noticed the tiny vortex. However, it was precisely within this month that he who wasn't a profounder before this had directly attained the 7th rank of the mortal realm. Was this normal? When he thought up to here, Yang Yi felt slightly uneasy in his heart. At this moment, no matter how stupid he was aware that this tiny vortex was definitely not an ordinary dantian. Especially the golden profound energy, it didn't just improve his strength, it was even able to strengthen the sword techniques he executed. Had never seen the gold element profound energy from amongst the profound energy of the 5 elements, but he dared to confirm that the gold element profound energy was absolutely not as strong as his golden profound energy. After staying silent for a moment, Yang Yi immersed his mind into his body, and when he saw the situation within the tiny vortex, he suddenly stood up while his eyes opened wide. He muttered in a low voice, "How could this be possible? How could this be possible?" Yang Yi gulped as he suppressed the shock in his heart, and he immersed his heart into the tiny vortex within his body once more. At this moment, the space within the tiny vortex had enlarged. Yes, it had enlarged. The tiny vortex was originally the same size as his normal dantian, but at this moment, even 40 or 50 middle-aged men could stand in the space within the tiny vortex. Moreover, there was something like a bathing pool at the center of the tiny vortex, and it was completely filled with golden profound energy. Yang Yi was aware that spatial rings had a space of their own within them because he was wearing one right now. However, the tiny vortex within his body actually had a space of its own as well? What's going on? Besides feeling shocked, Yang Yi was bewildered. He really wanted to find someone and ask exactly what was going on, but he couldn't, because he wasn't stupid, and he knew that if others found out that the tiny vortex could convert profound energy and had a space of its own, then it would definitely draw calamity to him. After a long time, Yang Yi took a deep breath, and he decided to stop paying any attention to the tiny vortex. No matter how mysterious or heaven-defying the tiny vortex was, it was within his body in the end, and it had to rely on him absorbing profound energy in order to become larger. At this moment, had already come to an understanding that the tiny vortex had probably enlarged because of the contribution of the energy stones from before. Moreover, no matter what, the tiny vortex hadn't revealed any hostility towards him, and it had even helped him improve his strength. So, instead of guessing the tiny vortex's origins, wouldn't it be better to use the tiny vortex properly to improve his strength? After he figured all of this out, Yang Yi's mind suddenly became clear. He seemed to have thought of something, and he lowered his head to look at his body that was suffused with light golden radiance. After that, he hesitated for a moment, and then he held the dark iron sword in his hand and stabbed it towards his left chest. Ding! The dark iron sword struck his body, yet it seemed like it had struck dark iron instead, and it instantly caused a light sound of metal colliding to resound. Ha ha! As he sensed the hardness of his body, Yang Yi started roaring with laughter, and he seemed to be slightly complacent. After a short moment, he said in a low voice, "I never expected that my body would actually be so strong after it was cleansed by the golden, profound energy. At this moment, the strength of my body is probably extremely strong. Let me give it a try." He acted as soon as he thought about it. Yang Yi walked over to an enormous tree. This tree before him was called an ironshell tree. Its skin had numerous lumps on it, and it was extremely hard. Usually, when the labor disciples chopped trees, they would directly give up when they saw this type of tree because it was too hard, and it was utterly impossible for them to chop it down. As he gazed at this ironshell skin before him that required a few people in order to embrace it completely, Yang Yi took a deep breath while he gradually clenched his right fist tightly. After a short moment of silence, Yang Yi shouted in a low voice, and then his right hand smashed down towards the enormous tree before him. Bang! Yang Yi's fist was like a sharp blade slicing into rotting wood, and his entire fist entered into the ironshell tree without facing any obstruction at all. At a certain moment in time, Yang Yi's right arm suddenly shook once more, and energy sprayed out from his fist. Bang! The ironshell tree instantly exploded, causing countless bits of wood to shoot towards the surroundings. Yang Yi withdrew his fist, and he said in a low voice while he gazed at the ironshell tree that had been blasted into pieces by a single punch from him, "I never expected that my strength is already so formidable." This fist definitely possessed no less than 1,500 kilograms of strength. If I utilize a strength talisman, then my strength would be even more terrifying than a dark beast. When he thought about how his strength would be comparable to a dark beast, Yang Yi's eyes flickered with the glow of excitement. But in next to no time, he calmed down because he thought of a person, Lu Qingyu, that person that was ranked at the 29th position on the outer court rankings. Even though Lu Qingyu didn't come looking for trouble with him now, Yang Yi was clearly aware that Lu Qingyu would come. Moreover, even if Lu Qingyu didn't come looking for trouble with him, he would look for trouble with Lu Qingyu. The Lu clan and Yang Yi could absolutely not coexist. With my current strength, it's probably quite difficult to defeat Lu Qingyu who's on the outer court rankings. Looks like I have to head to the Grand Myriad Mountains to gain experiences between life and death. Yang Yi muttered in a low voice. At this moment, his strength had improved greatly, but compared to those geniuses on the outer court rankings, it was still slightly insufficient because some geniuses on the outer court rankings were even able to go against the outer court elders. It's time to head to the Grand Myriad Mountains. Yang Yi clenched his fists tightly. This time, had decided that only by experiencing tempering between moments of life and death would he be able to become stronger. No matter if it was for the sake of the outer court exam occurring over 20 days from now, or because of the pressure the Lu clan brought to him, he needed to possess formidable strength. The Grand Myriad Mountains could be said to be a restricted area to humans because it was the territory of dark beasts. There were countless formidable dark beasts there, and humans that ventured there would definitely never return. Of course, this referred to the depths of the Grand Myriad Mountains. There were still numerous humans in the outer area of the Grand Myriad Mountains, and amongst these people were mercenaries, independent cultivators searching for treasures, and disciples of various sections. The disciples of the Sword Sect occupied the greatest number amongst these people because the Sword Sect was the closest to the Grand Myriad Mountains. The Sword Sect encouraged its disciples to temper themselves in the Grand Myriad Mountains. After all, only experiencing battles of life and death would allow one to truly become an expert. However, out of consideration for the level of danger in the Grand Myriad Mountains, the Sword Sect ruled that only experts at the 9th rank of the mortal realm could head to the Grand Myriad Mountains to temper themselves or accept assignments that required heading to the Grand Myriad Mountains. This rule was naturally not restrictive to Yang Yi because he still wasn't a disciple of the Sword Sect yet. On the following day, Yang Yi crafted 5 strength talismans. All these 5 strength talismans were high-grade talismans, and this caused Yang Yi to be slightly surprised. On the second day, Yang Yi departed at daybreak. After traveling throughout the morning, Yang Yi finally arrived at the border of the Grand Myriad Mountains. There were a few small groups scattered around the border, and these groups were all mercenaries that specialized in heading into the Grand Myriad Mountains to hunt and kill dark beasts to be sold. They were a group of people that lived on the edge. Yang Yi glanced at these people in the surroundings before he withdrew his gaze, and then he shot his gaze towards an expanse of forest in the distance. As he gazed at the dense forest there, Yang Yi's expression became slightly heavy, and he said, "That's probably Snake Forest, and entering Snake Forest is equivalent to truly entering the Grand Myriad Mountains." Right when Yang Yi was observing the surroundings, a rugged man walked over to his side and asked, "Young brother, are you going into the Grand Myriad Mountains?" Yang Yi turned around and noticed a rugged man smiling at him. The man was around 30 years old. He had dense brows, large eyes, and dark skin. Yang Yi's gaze descended onto the man's shoulder in the end because the man was carrying a large saber on his shoulder. The saber was extremely large, and it was at least a few hundreds of kilograms in weight. After his gaze stopped on the man's shoulder for a moment, Yang Yi nodded lightly. When he saw Yang Yi nod, the rugged man roared with laughter and said, "Young brother, you're probably by yourself. Since it's like that, why don't you go with us? Our group just happens to lack a member. What do you think?" As he spoke, he pointed towards a few people that weren't too far away. Yang Yi looked along the direction the man's finger pointed at and noticed a few people that were standing ahead. He hesitated for a moment before he nodded. Had just arrived here and didn't know anything about the Grand Myriad Mountains, so it would definitely be beneficial to go along with some mercenaries and get familiar with this place. Chapter 17: The Value of Talismans. When he saw Yang Yi nod, the rugged man roared with laughter. With his perception, he was able to determine with a single glance that Yang Yi was probably a disciple of a sect that had come to temper himself. Moreover, Yang Yi held a sword in his hand, so he was probably a disciple of the Sword Sect. Thus, he was naturally happy to have a disciple of the Sword Sect join them. The rugged man introduced himself. "Young brother, I'm Manzi, and am the leader of this group. There are a total of 4 people including me in our group. Now, with you joining us, it'll be 5 people." Yang Yi smiled as he nodded. He had a slightly good impression of this frank man that stood before him. Manzi led Yang Yi to his group. Manzi's group was made up of 3 men and 1 woman. Manzi pointed with his right hand at the only woman and said, "Young brother, this is my younger sister, Qinghong. She's at the 9th rank of the mortal realm." When he looked along the direction Manzi pointed and saw the woman, Yang Yi was slightly astounded. The woman was around 20 years ago, and her dressing was extremely revealing. She wore a very short beast skin wrapped around her chest, whereas her cream-colored stomach was revealed beneath her chest. It was even to the extent that her belly button was fully revealed. As for her lower body, she wore a short skin skirt that revealed a pair of slender and long pure white legs. A black-colored dark iron longbow hung on the woman's right shoulder, and she seemed to be extremely valiant and heroic. The woman nodded lightly, and then Yang Yi withdrew his gaze. Even though the woman was beautiful, It was enough to just admire her beauty for a moment, and it would be slightly rude to continue staring. Qing Hong nodded amiably to Yang Yi because Yang Yi hadn't revealed that sort of gaze towards her like others did, and this caused her to arouse a trace of a good impression of Yang Yi. Manzi pointed at a man at the side who was around 25 years old, and he said, "Xiao He, he's at the peak of the 9th rank of the mortal realm, and he utilizes a dagger. He's our group's main attacker." The man called Xiao He obviously didn't like to talk, and he just nodded to Yang Yi. After that, he continued playing with the pitch-black dagger in his hand. Manzi pointed at the last man and said, "Xiao Yuan, he utilizes a sword as well, and he's at the peak of the 9th rank of the mortal realm. He has the best chance amongst all of us to become a first heaven realm expert." When he heard this, Yang Yi looked at the last man. The last man was around 23 years old, and he had a slightly handsome appearance. However, he revealed quite undisguised arrogance on his face. Moreover, Yang Yi even sensed that this man's gaze towards him faintly carries a strand of vigilance. Yang Yi glanced at Qing Hong and then seemed to be lost in thought. After that, he nodded before withdrawing his gaze because he didn't want to care about all this nonsense. "Young brother, what rank are you at in the mortal realm?" Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan looked at Yang Yi and seemed to ask casually. When they heard him, the others looked at Yang Yi as well because since Yang Yi dared to come to Grand Myriad Mountains at such a young age, his strength would definitely not be weak. "The 7th rank of the mortal realm?" Yang Yi nodded and spoke truthfully. "The 7th rank of the mortal realm?" All of them were stunned when they heard Yang Yi, and even Manzi's eyes revealed slight astonishment. According to their expectations, since Yang Yi came to the Grand Myriad Mountains at such a young age and used a sword, he ought to be a disciple of the Sword Sect, and the disciples of the Sword Sect had to be at the 9th rank of the mortal realm before they could leave the sect to temper themselves. "You aren't a disciple of the Sword Sect?" Xiao Yuan was astounded. Yang Yi shook his head. At this moment, he really couldn't be considered as a disciple of the Sword Sect because labor disciples weren't considered within the scope of being disciples. When he saw Yang Yi shake his head, Xiao Yuan laughed with ridicule while a mocking smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. Moreover, his attitude instantly took a 360-degree turn as he said, "Kid, you're only at the 7th rank of the mortal realm, so you're courting death by entering the Grand Myriad Mountains. It's better for you to cultivate for a few years before coming back." Manzi hesitated before he said in a light voice, "Young brother, the Grand Myriad Mountains are filled with danger, and it's truly slightly dangerous to enter it with your strength." Head originally thought Yang Yi was a disciple of the Sword Sect, yet Head never expected that Head made a mistake. Yang Yi smiled and said, "It's fine. They'll just go with all of you through Snake Forest, and he'll leave after we pass through Snake Forest." "That won't do." At this moment, Xiao Yuan said in a deep voice, "Every single one of us are 9th rank mortal realm experts, and all of us are able to protect ourselves in there. If someone at the 7th rank of the mortal realm like you follows us, then you'll burden our entire group. Go back from where you came." "Xiao Yuan." Qing Hong frowned while she revealed a displeased expression and said, "It's already really good that he was able to attain the 7th rank of the mortal realm at such an age. You weren't even at the 5th rank of the mortal realm when you were around 16 or 17, right? So why speak so offensively?" She was frank by nature and spoke everything on her mind. Moreover, she had a slightly good impression of Yang Yi, so she was slightly unable to continue watching as Xiao Yuan ridiculed Yang Yi like that. Xiao Yuan's expression turned slightly unsightly when he saw Qing Hong speak on Yang Yi's behalf, and he said, "Qing Hong, we're a group, so why speak on behalf of an outside? Moreover, his strength is weak, and keeping such a burden would only drag us down." His words were frank, and he paid no regard to Yang Yi who stood at the side. Manzi and Xiao He went silent when they heard this. Even though Xiao Yuan's words were unpleasant, they had the same thoughts in their minds at this moment. Qing Hong glanced at Xiao Yuan before she looked at Yang Yi that had been keeping silent since the beginning, and then she sighed lightly and said, "Young brother, it's dangerous for you to enter the Grand Myriad Mountains with your current strength. Why don't you go with us and help us clean up the battlefield, and we'll give you some gold coins after we leave the mountains and sell our gains. However, this will be quite a small amount of gold coins. What do you think?" As far as she was concerned, Since Yang Yi had come to the Grand Myriad Mountains to hunt and kill dark beasts at such a young age, then he definitely urgently required wealth. Otherwise, it would be impossible for someone to head to the Grand Myriad Mountains while still at the 7th rank of the mortal realm. Yang Yi glanced indifferently at Xiao Yuan before he looked at Qing Hong, who spoke on his behalf. As he gazed at this kind woman, Yang Yi had a slight good impression of her, and he immediately nodded with a smile and said, "All right, I'll help all of you clean up the battlefield." When he saw Yang Yi agree to clean up the battlefield, the disdain on Xiao Yuan's face grew deeper. He looked down on such a person, yet he didn't say anything because they did indeed require someone to clean the battlefield, and it wouldn't be bad to have an assistant. Manzi nodded and said, "Since it's like that, then let's head in. Brother Yang, you follow behind us, and don't go too far." As he spoke, he led the way towards Snake Forest. On the way, Qing Hong walked by Yang Yi's side. She turned her head to look at Yang Yi, who remained silent, and she said because she thought that Yang Yi was angry, "Little fellow, don't be angry. Besides being one that cares about strength and power, Xiao Yuan isn't a bad person. So, don't take his words to heart." Yang Yi was stunned when he heard this, and then he shook his head and smiled before he said, "I didn't take his words seriously. However, I have to thank big sister Qing Hong." Yang Yi had a slightly good impression of this woman by his side that had constantly spoken on his behalf. As for Xiao Yuan, he didn't take such a person seriously at all. Even though Xiao Yuan was at the peak of the 9th rank of the mortal realm, he wasn't afraid of Xiao Yuan at all. "That's good." Qing Hong smiled and said, "Follow behind us later, and you must be careful. The snake forest is filled with snakes, and a great deal of them reside on the trees. The slightest carelessness will cause you to suffer a surprise attack. Aren't all of you hunting dark beasts in Snake Forest?" Yang Yi asked curiously. Qing Hong shook her head and said, "No, Snake Forest is mostly filled with low-ranked dark beasts, and they don't possess inner cores. So, they're not worth much money at all. Our objective is a place called Nether Wolf Gorge outside the Snake Forest. The Nether Wolves there are at a high rank, and they possess inner cores. Moreover, the skin of those Nether Wolves are extremely valuable." "Then around how much are all of you able to earn from a trip to the Grand Myriad Mountains?" Yang Yi was slightly interested in the lives of these mercenaries. "If our luck is good, then around 5,000 or 6,000 gold coins." Qing Hong replied, "If our luck isn't good, then 1,000 or 2,000, and it's even to the extent that someone might perish. Our group originally possessed 5 members, but he perished when we hunted a ground bear in the Grand Myriad Mountains that day." When she spoke up to hear, Qing Hong's beautiful face dimmed down slightly. When he saw Qing Hong's expression dim down, Yang Yi changed the topic and said, "Big sister Qing Hong, do you know the value of talismans crafted by talisman masters?" He was aware in the past that talismans were extremely expensive, yet he didn't know the rough number. Talismans? Qing Hong was moved when she heard this word. Amongst ordinary 5-element talismans, low-grade talismans are worth 10,000 gold coins, mid-grade talismans around 30,000 gold coins, whereas high-grade talismans are basically impossible to be purchased normally. They only exist in some large-scale auctions, and as for the price, if the auction house does well in making the bids rise, then over 100,000 or even more would be possible. Over 100,000. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched when he heard this number. Now, he finally understood why Bauer was so wealthy. That little girl possessed so many talismans, and casually selling a few of them would be sufficient for an ordinary person to feed himself for his entire lifetime. "We've entered the Snake Forest. Follow by my side, and don't get too far away from me." As soon as they entered Snake Forest, Qing Hong pulled Yang Yi over to her side and spoke with a solemn expression. Chapter 18 Twin Wing Python. After walking for a long time in Snake Forest, the forest grew darker and darker. Yang Yi sized up the surroundings carefully, and he noticed the surroundings were covered in towering ancient trees that rose straight into the sky, and their branches and leaves were interweaved together tightly. A few strands of sunlight were only able to pass through some places that weren't so tightly packed with leaves. During this period of time, some small snakes occasionally launched surprise attacks against them from the treetop. However, these small snakes didn't cause any trouble for them. and their group dealt with the small snakes with extreme ease. Yang Yi didn't fight during this period of time because Qing Hong was constantly following by his side. Once a snake suddenly launched an attack, she would deal with them by herself, and Yang Yi didn't have the chance to make a move at all. It was exactly because of this that Yang Yi was constantly ridiculed by Xiao Yuan during this period of time. Yang Yi followed this group for a few hours, and he obtained a rough understanding of the strengths of independent cultivators and disciples from a sect. When independent cultivators were compared with disciples from a sect, the gap was slightly big. Because disciples from a sect possessed cultivation resources like techniques and treasures, whereas, if the 4 independent cultivators before him were taken as an example, then besides Xiao Yuan's weapon being a low-grade yellow rank sword, the weapons of the others weren't graded at all. Moreover, the 4 of them didn't possess any proper techniques, and they mostly relied on brute force to fight. As for Xiao Yuan's disdain and ridicule, Yang Yi completely disregarded it. Even though Xiao Yuan was at the 9th rank of the mortal realm, Yang Yi didn't take him seriously at all. According to Yang Yi's estimation, even Duan Jun, whom head crippled, would be able to deal with Xiao Yuan. The gap between the disciples of a sect and independent cultivators was truly huge. As they went deeper into Snake Forest, the number of snakes residing on the trees grew more and more numerous in number. In the end, they were assaulted by all sorts of snakes with every 10+ meters of distance they covered. Qing Hong held the dagger in her hand as it flashed past from above Yang Yi, and a small snake was instantly split into 2 and fell to the ground. After she killed the small snake with a single strike, Qing Hong patted Yang Yi on the head and said, "Didn't I say that you should always follow behind me? Even though this small snake's cultivation isn't high, it contains venomous poison, and it'll be extremely troublesome if you're bitten by it." Yang Yi rubbed his nose when he heard this, and he was slightly amused, because even if he stood there and allowed those small snakes to bite him, they would probably be unable to bit through his skin. However, Yang Yi was still moved by the woman's concern. They'd only met by chance, yet this woman before him had taken care of him on many occasions, and this caused his heart to feel slightly warm. Bang! Right at this moment, a large python that had 2 wings on its back suddenly descended not too far ahead from them. The body of the python was even larger than the colossal python King Yang Yi had killed that day, and its entire body was dark black while its body was covered in scales that seemed like dark iron. Moreover, the python had a pair of pitch-black wings. This python didn't attack Yang Yi and the others. It just obstructed their path, and its enormous eyes stared at them while emanating a ferocious glow. "That's an 8-rank twin-wing python. Watch out, everyone." When he saw this twin-wing python suddenly appear, the profound energy within Manzi's body surged, and his expression became solemn while he immediately warned the others. At the same time, Xiao Yuan and Xiao He hurriedly moved a few meters towards both sides, and they gazed at the twin-winged python with vigilance. Qing Hong, who stood by Yang Yi's side, had hurriedly pulled down the longbow from her shoulder and knocked an arrow before aiming it at the twin-winged python in the distance. "Manzi, kill it." The inner core of this twin-winged python can be sold for 5,000 gold coins at least. Moreover, its skin can definitely be sold for 1,000 gold coins at least. What do you think? Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan's eyes flickered with the glow of greed as he asked in a low voice. Manzi's eyes flashed with a wisp of greed as well when he heard this, and he hesitated for a moment before he nodded and said, "The 3 of us will attack it jointly from 3 directions. Qing Hong, you assist us with your bow and arrow. Attack." As soon as he finished speaking, Manzi, Xiao He, and Xiao Yuan instantly charged at the twin-winged python because a dark beast that was all alone by itself was their favorite. Qing Hong, who stood by Yang Yi's side, stared fixedly at the twin-winged python instead, yet the arrow within her hand wasn't released. She was waiting for an opportunity, a lethal opportunity. Otherwise, her arrow would be utterly unable to pierce the defenses of the twin-winged python. Their targets were originally those dark beasts at the 6th or 7th rank because they were able to deal with dark beasts at these ranks of cultivation. As for a dark beast at the 8th rank, they usually fled immediately upon encountering one, because the defenses of an 8th rank dark beast was truly too formidable, and these dark beasts frequently formed groups. However, an 8th rank dark beast that was alone had appeared before them, and they were tempted by it. When it saw them charge at it, the twin-winged python seemed to be slightly furious. Its jade-green eyes emanated a ferocious glow while its large wings suddenly flapped towards the grounds. A gale of strong wind instantly sprayed out and enveloped down towards the three of them that were led by Manzi. All three of them were shocked when the gale arose, and they hurriedly circulated their profound energy into their weapons before slashing at the gale. In next to no time, the three of them had broken through the gale and approached the twin-winged python. They seemed to be extremely experienced, and they didn't fight it head-on. They ceaselessly dodged the twin-winged python's tail and the liquid sprayed from its mouth. Moreover, every single time the twin-winged python pounced towards the three of them, an arrow that carried profound energy would whistle over, causing the twin-winged python to have no choice but to abandon its attack. For a time, the four of them fought the twin-winged python equally. As he watched the battle, Yang Yi shook his head in his heart. Their cooperation wasn't bad at all, but their combat strengths were truly too weak. The three of them seemed to have occupied an advantageous position as they fought the twin-winged python while moving around it, but they were utterly unable to cause any injury to it. Moreover, once the twin-winged python struck any one of them, then even if that person didn't die, it would still cause a heavy injury. Moreover, once one of them was injured, the other two would be in danger. When he had the three of them as a point of comparison, Yang Yi finally noticed how formidable he was to be able to kill that sixth-ranked dark beast, the colossal Python King, on that day. Because Head utilized his fists to break through that dark beast's defenses. This won't do. This twin-winged python's defenses are truly too formidable. The three of us are utterly unable to defeat it. As he gazed at the sparks caused by his sword striking the twin-winged python, Xiao Yuan's eyes flickered as he contemplated in his heart. It wasn't just Xiao Yuan who had such thoughts at this moment, and even Manzi and Xiaohei had similar thoughts. In the beginning, they thought that with their strengths, the four of them would be able to deal with this 8-ranked dark beast. But now, they noticed that the four of them were utterly unable to even break through its defenses. Looks like it isn't easy to be a mercenary. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice as he watched them fight bitterly. Right when he intended to head over and lend a hand, an unexpected event occurred abruptly. Xiao Yuan, who was originally in charge of the right, had seized the opportunity presented to him when the twin-winged python attacked Manzi, and he suddenly retreated swiftly. Xiao Yuan retreated extremely swiftly, and Head left the battlefield in practically an instant. After that, he turned around and vanished within the forest with a few leaps. How shameless! Xiao Yuan's sudden departure caused the other three to be instantly exasperated. Qing Hong's beautiful face flushed red from anger, and she had the intention to shoot an arrow at Xiao Yuan. However, when she noticed the twin-winged python attacked Manzi ferociously, she could only immediately abandon this thought and swiftly release numerous arrows at the twin-winged python. As he watched Xiao Yuan flee, Yang Yi shook his head in secret. He originally thought that Xiao Yuan was just slightly arrogant, yet had never expected that Xiao Yuan cowardly and afraid of death to the point of directly abandoning his companions and fleeing for his life. With Xiao Yuan's sudden departure and the loss of someone to pin the twin-winged python from the right, the pressure Manzi and Xiaohei felt instantly increased by a few times. However, the two of them didn't choose to retreat because once one of them did retreat, then the last remaining person would absolutely die. Yang Yi, leave quickly. Meanwhile, Qing Hong turned around to roar loudly at Yang Yi. After that, she turned around and drew her bowstring before releasing numerous arrows at the twin-winged python. She was definitely unable to leave because once she did, then Manzi and Xiaohei would definitely perish without her pinning the twin-winged python down from afar. Yang Yi's heart felt warm when he heard Qing Hong because even at this moment, this woman before him was still thinking about him. Yang Yi clenched the dark iron sword in his hand, and right when he was about to make a move, another unexpected event occurred. One of the arrows Qing Hong shot whistled through the air and directly entered the twin-winged python's right eye. Hiss! The intense pain it suffered from this caused the twin-winged python to instantly go berserk, and its enormous body twisted about madly on the ground. It stopped paying attention to Manzi and Xiaohei, and its enormous wings suddenly flapped and caused an enormous gale to arise as it pounced towards Qing Hong, who was still knocking arrows on her bowstring. When she noticed the twin-winged python instantly pounce towards her, Qing Hong's countenance immediately turned ghastly pale. The twin-winged python was swift like a bolt of lightning, and it practically arrived before Qing Hong in less than a few breaths of time. After that, its enormous mouth opened wide before its bloody mouth bit downwards towards Qing Hong. No! When he saw the twin-winged python's mouth bite towards Qing Hong, Manzi was utterly horrified, and he roared hysterically with rage while charging madly at the twin-winged python. Chapter 19 Inner Core. Right when Qing Hong was stunned on the spot, Yang Ye's figure flashed to appear before Qing Hong. Clang! The dark iron sword left its sheath and swiftly slashed at the twin-winged python that was right before him. Instantly, a strand of golden sword chi shot out violently from the tip of the dark iron sword, and it instantly struck the twin-winged python's head. Bang! At this moment, the extremely hard scales of the twin-winged python seemed like rotten wood that were instantly broken apart by that strand of golden sword chi from Yang Yi. The twin-winged python's enormous figure was split into two, and it crashed to the ground and caused dust and dirt to suffuse the air. When they witnessed this scene, Manzi and Xiaohei that were charging over from the side had stopped on the spot. Both their eyes stared blankly at the 8-ranked twin-winged python that had been slashed into two, and then they glanced at Yang Yi, who stood with sword in hand. They were unable to recover from their shock for a long time. Qing Hong, who stood behind Yang Yi, was the first to recover from her shock, and her beautiful eyes flickered with a strange glow as she gazed at Yang Ye's seemingly thin figure from behind. That scene from before was too shocking. Actually, it wasn't just Qing Hong and the others that were shocked. Even Yang Yi himself was slightly shocked. He knew that his golden, profound energy was formidable. After all, it could actually break through the defenses of an 8-ranked dark beast while it was still light gold in color. However, had never expected that this golden, profound energy would actually be so terrifying, and it slashed the twin-winged python into two with a single strike. After briefly pondering about it, Yang Yi had come to a rough understanding. It was undeniable that the might of the profound energy within his body had become even more formidable after it transformed, but it ought to be the contribution of the energy split sword technique that allowed him to split the twin-winged python into two. Otherwise, if he attacked with an ordinary method, then even though he would be able to break through the twin-winged python's defenses, it would definitely not be so terrifying. Brother Yang, you are a disciple of the sword sect, right? Meanwhile, Manzi and Xiaohei had walked over to Yang Ye's side, and Manzi gazed at Yang Yi as he smiled bitterly and spoke. That scene from before was truly too shocking. All four of them who were at the 9th rank of the mortal realm were unable to break through the twin-winged python's defenses, yet this profounder at the 7th rank of the mortal realm standing before them was actually able to split the twin-winged python into two with a single sword strike. Needless to say, this was quite a blow to their confidence. Yang Yi put the dark iron sword away and shook his head before he said indifferently, "I'm not a disciple of the sword sect. Yes, I'm still not considered as one for now." He didn't have much of a good impression of these two men before him. Earlier, when he said that he was at the 7th rank of the mortal realm, even though Manzi's attitude wasn't so terrible as Xiao Yuan, the cold attitude he revealed was extremely obvious. Manzi felt slightly embarrassed when he heard Yang Ye's cold and indifferent tone. He knew that Xiao Yuan and his attitudes towards Yang Yi earlier had caused Yang Yi to not have a good impression of him. When he thought up to here, Manzi couldn't help but laugh bitterly because had allowed such an opportunity to become acquainted with an expert to slip him by. Manzi laughed bitterly and sighed before he glanced at the twin-winged python on the ground, and then he said, "Brother Yang, this twin-winged python before him had been killed by Yang Yi, so it ought to belong to Yang Yi, because they'd only asked Yang Yi to clean up the battlefield for them, and they didn't allow Yang Yi to join their group. So, there was no agreement between them to share their gains equally." When he thought up to here, the regret in Manzi's heart grew even deeper. Yang Yi glanced at the twin-winged python and pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "If there's an inner core, then give it to me, and all of you can have the rest." Yang Yi definitely didn't need money now, and the reason he wanted the inner core was that he was curious and had never seen an inner core in the past. Manzi was delighted in his heart upon hearing Yang Yi. He originally thought that they wouldn't get a share of this twin-wing python, yet had never expected that Yang Yi only wanted the inner core. After all, besides the inner core, the twin-wing python's skin was extremely valuable as well, and it could be considered as a great gain to the three of them. After they thanked Yang Yi, Manzi and Xiaohei hurriedly started to dissect the twin-wing python. Yang Yi paid no attention to Manzi and Xiaohei, and he turned around to look at Qinghong instead. He really had quite a good impression of this sexy and likable woman. He walked over slowly to her side, and when he noticed Qinghong looking at him as if she was looking at a monster, he couldn't help but rub his nose as he said with a smile, "What? What are you looking at me like that for?" Qinghong withdrew her gaze and shook her head, and then she laughed bitterly and said, "I never imagined that you're actually so strong. It was I who was meddlesome earlier." Qinghong recalled how Shed repeatedly instructed Yang Yi not to leave her side before this, and her beautiful face couldn't help but flush red. "I intended to make a move, but you never allowed me to. So, you can't blame me for that." Yang Yi shrugged and smiled. Qinghong's face flushed even redder when she heard Yang Yi, and she glared at him before she said, "Yes, I was meddlesome." As she spoke, she walked over towards Manzi and Xiaohei, and she felt slightly aggrieved when she thought about how Yang Yi might be ridiculing her in his heart for overestimating her strength earlier. When he noticed Qinghong seemed to be slightly angry, Yang Yi hurriedly stood in Qinghong's path and said in a serious manner, "Big sister Qinghong, don't be angry. I truly thank you for what you did before this, and I have no intention of ridiculing you. I really took you to be a friend." When she noticed Yang Yi's serious expression, Qinghong's expression eased up. After that, she glanced at Yang Yi, and she blushed when she recalled her behavior from before. She said in her heart, "What's wrong with me? I actually cared so much about his opinion." Qinghong seemed to have thought of something, and her face turned even redder. However, after some time, she shook her head in her heart. When he saw Qinghong's face blush and reveal a shy appearance, Yang Yi's eyelids twitched while his heartbeat sped up as well. Qinghong could be said to be the most beautiful woman he's laid eyes upon until now. Her beautiful face, slender figure, and especially that ample chest that fully filled the beast skin she wore and seemed as if it was about to burst out from beneath the beast skin. Yang Yi's gaze moved down and descended onto Qinghong's exposed waist. Perhaps it was because she hunted dark beasts all year round. Her skin wasn't snow white like an ordinary woman, and it was a healthy cream color. Of course, her skin wasn't the main point. The main point was the charm of Qinghong's waist. Her waist didn't have a trace of excess flesh. It was flat and smooth, and one didn't have to touch it to sense how soft it was. A gorgeous and charming appearance, an ample chest, a slender and fine curvaceous body, and coupled with that set of beast skin top and skirt, Qinghong's entire body revealed a heroic and mature charm. Earlier, he didn't have any other thoughts about this beautiful woman, Qinghong, nor had he observed her in detail. However, her kind actions from before had truly caused him to have a very good impression of her, and in his heart, Qinghong was a person that could be his friend. Yet now, after he observed Qinghong from nearby, he noticed that this person who could be his friend was truly extremely beautiful and tempting. When she noticed Yang Yi staring at her, Qinghong's expression instantly became slightly unnatural. She seemed to have thought of something, causing her eyeballs to spin while she revealed a charming smile and said, "Is big sister Qinghong beautiful?" When he heard this, Yang Yi, who was admiring Qinghong's graceful figure, had nodded instinctively. Head just nodded when his heart jerked, and then he looked at Qinghong and noticed she was looking at him with a spurious smile. Yang Yi's face turned red, and he rubbed his nose in embarrassment. He was just about to say something when Manzi and Xiaohei arrived before Yang Yi, and Manzi withdrew a white pinky-sized pearl and passed it to Yang Yi before he said, "Brother Yang, this is that twin-wing python's inner core." After he received the white pearl, Yang Yi observed it carefully. The inner core was extremely small and completely pure white. Moreover, it emanated a strand of light energy fluctuations. What are the uses of this inner core? Yang Yi asked while gazing at the inner core in his hand. Manzi smiled and said, "Inner cores have quite a bit of uses. They can be utilized to craft medicinal pills, and they can be fed to dark beasts. Of course, Their greatest use is to be embedded in treasures. Of course, this required a talisman master to inscribe a formation on the treasure. Yang Yes' eyelids twitched when he heard this. Head never expected that the inner core could be used for that, and he placed it behind the clothes at his chest before he asked, "Right, all of you frequently hunt dark beasts in the Grand Myriad Mountains, so you ought to be comparatively familiar with the area in this Grand Myriad Mountains, right?" Manzi nodded and said, "We're comparatively familiar with this area of 500 kilometers, but we don't know anything about the area that exceeds this scope. Even some formidable mercenary groups don't dare to go there because the dark beasts there are mostly already beast kings, or even stronger." Beast kings. Yang Yes' expression became slightly solemn when he heard this. A beast king was comparable to a first heaven realm expert amongst humans, but its combat strength absolutely surpassed a human expert at the first heaven realm. After staying silent for a while, Yang Yi asked, "How long more before we'll leave Snake Forest?" Yang Yi had already decided to look for some formidable dark beasts to fight because only battles with such dark beasts would allow his strength to improve, and he urgently required strength now. Manzi raised his head to determine the time, and then he said, "We'll only be able to leave Snake Forest tomorrow, and we have to rest a night in Snake Forest today." "Rest in Snake Forest?" Yang Yi was stunned, and he said, "There are so many snakes in Snake Forest. Is it safe to rest here?" "Stupid." Qing Hong rolled her eyes at Yang Yi and said, "The leaves and branches of the trees in Snake Forest are tightly packed together, and even the moonlight wouldn't be able to permeate through at night. It would be even more dangerous to travel blindly in darkness." Yang Yi rubbed his nose in embarrassment when he heard this. It was the first time that had come out to temper himself, and he wasn't as familiar with all of this as they were. However, he was still slightly embarrassed from being called stupid. When she saw Yang Yes' embarrassed appearance, Qing Hong started laughing without restraint. At this moment, Shed perceived that even though Yang Yes' strength was formidable, it was absolutely the first time Head come to temper himself. So, if strength was disregarded, then Yang Yi was still extremely inexperienced in numerous aspects. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.